Yeah. Right. Okay. So, welcome one and all to another Savage Saturday. I mean, it feels like a while since we did one. I think it was the tail end of. Actually, we didn't get one in June, did we? So it was the end of. It was May the last one. So yeah. So sort of couldn't come up with a good modern adventure, and basically got inspired to do a bit of Robin Hood instead. So here we go. Robin Hood and his merry men. Ooh, full house. I'm quite impressed. So so obviously you all know the legends. Obviously the images up there are obviously taken from the best Robin Hood series ever made, obviously, apart from Alan Dale, because Alan Dale was useless in that. But anyway, I'm not sure where that Alan Dale comes from. But anyway, yes, obviously some of the backgrounds and the portraits and all that are from Robin of Sherwood, but you never having seen that, it doesn't matter. That's just they're just that when I think of Robin Hood and Will Scarlet, that's what they look like. That's all that is. Don't worry about it. So the adventure itself and everything, in other than your backgrounds, is in no way based off that series. Other than the fact that in that series, the idea that all the superstitions that people had back then did actually were the case. So when people worry about witches and darkness and demons and devils, they are out there. But likewise, of course, if you fight for the powers of light, then you'll probably be safe. But it's all about the powers of light and darkness and all that. But
now I'm gonna have to look this show up because I've never seen this one.
It's
with the hairdos.
As I say, I'm biased. I grew up watching it, as it were, and obviously, therefore, it does make it the best. But to be honest, it was what I liked about it was when you saw like Nottingham Castle, it was cold, dark, and everything about it was quite it was all like Robin Hood and all that, all good nature and all that. But every time you saw Nottingham Castle, it was dark and depressing and empty and cold, and everyone slept fully clothed all the time. It's I like the way they did it. It was a clever balance of sort of the legends of Robin Hood and sort of magic and stuff without being too OTT. So anyway, so basically when we joined our band,
I'm sorry, what was that?
I didn't catch that. When we joined our band of,
yeah,
I think it was on the. Forgot to be. Anyway, when we joined our band.
I think Bert's on the phone.
I think he's on the phone. Yeah.
Use it.
It's very confusing.
Oh, am I not on push to talk? I'm sorry. Let me change that.
Because every time I talk to you, it's responding through me. Okay, so it's so when we joined our band of Robin Hood and his merry men, it's spring in Sherwood, and it's been relatively peaceful time lately. Although lately things seem to be quieter lately. You've had less requests for help or any interesting situations, and maybe things are turning. Maybe things are turning for the better. Who knows? But tis late spring in Sherwood Forest, and the mist from the April rain hangs like a maiden's veil over the leafy virgin boughs. You arised early this morning, for the hungry of Clipstone could do well with the bread and gold you liberated from some kindly Norman merchant on the Edwinston Road yesterday evening. The forest breaks just above the Bourne River, and you hear the bubbling rambles. The riverbank makes the best road to your destination. Your jovial mood vanishes with the scene at the river. Washed into an overhanging collection of roots, limp and blue, is the body of someone you know. The man, Hugh Farrow, was one of the few Norman foresters sympathetic to your cause. He turned a blind eye when deer and wood were pilfered from the forest by the needy. But how came he here? I can't say it now. But how came him hence?
Well, let's run over to him and see if he's actually dead, and if so, by what means.
Okie dokie. He appears to have been killed by an arrow through the heart.
Poor
Are there
bastard.
any?
That'll
is
definitely
there
kill you.
any distinguishing
Recognize the
features?
collection?
Might I make
Sorry.
a healing check to just do a quickie to see how he's doing, or is that to see any interest there, or no?
Oh, you can certainly make a healing check to examine. I mean, he's definitely dead, but you might get some information out of the healing check. Yes.
That was what I was going with, right?
Yeah. He does appear to be. Doesn't appear to show any other signs of injury or anything like that. In terms of the discerning features.
I don't think you can do anything for him but last rites now, Tuck.
Yep. Well, he will do last rites for him just because that's what we do. But I'm sure the party's got other stuff to do. But Tuck is more interested in doing his. He did his check. He didn't get really any information other than the obvious, but does want to make sure that this guy is his soul is put to rest the right way. So there's that.
Yeah, as far as you can tell, Tuck, you reckon he's been dead for just over a day.
Do we know?
Pardon?
Did he have a family?
As far as you can recall, he had no family. Someone was asking. I think it was Marion about discerning features. Make a notice check. Anyone, obviously, but.
Well, he was a Norman bastard, but he was our Norman bastard.
Exactly. Nothing else that you could see there.
Has he got his bow with weapons on him?
No, he doesn't.
Has he been mugged? Well, you know what I mean. Has he been stripped of valuables?
No, he hasn't. His weapons are missing. But Little John Nazir. Okay, here we go. Little John and Nazir. It appears that looking, you notice that one of his boots on his left foot appears to be damaged, and removing it shows that his foot is injured, as if he ran afoul of a trap of some kind. It looks like it has possibly like a pit with wooden spikes at the bottom of it.
And he was a forester?
He was a forester, yes.
You think he was shot in the heart? Was he shot from the front or shot from behind?
From the front. In fact, as Friar Tuck is basically looking over the body a bit more, he pulls out the arrowhead. The arrow, nothing remains of the arrow's fletchings, but the arrowhead is of the type used by Normans.
Oh, lovely.
Is it possible he ran afoul of somebody when he was hunting? When he shouldn't be poaching?
Well, as a forester, it's his job to catch poachers.
Correct. That's what I'm thinking. But
yeah,
how would one go poaching? One might go poaching with bow and arrow.
But the point being
and then
is...
one might resist.
Yeah. The point... Well, indeed, but given Hugh's as you say, the reason Hugh was one of the few Norman Foresters sympathetic to your cause was, whenever possible, he would turn a blind eye to someone poaching.
Look, he was one of the few people that helped us out, but he's still a bloody Norman.
That's right.
Anymore.
And whoever he ran across might not have.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, indeed.
And
Yes.
the thing is, right, we've still got to get this bread and gold to Clipstone. Just leave him there. You've given him last rights. He's a dead Norman. What problem of ours is that?
Perhaps he was killed by one of his own when they caught on to the fact that he was helping the likes of us.
If he was shot through the heart and a Norman's to blame, they can hardly give Normans more of a bad name than they've already got, can they?
That's right. Did you say? I thought we understood that he was killed by a Norman, but this guy is not a Norman himself, is he?
Yes, he is.
Norman.
He was. Well, he's a Norman Forester, which means he works for the Normans. Whether he's actually a Norman or a Saxon who by necessity works for them is debatable. Right. But yes. I think given there are certain personalities here in backgrounds we should possibly examine, and I always forget this. So at this point, I think it's a good time to introduce the characters you're playing. Obviously, any information that you have shared with the rest of the Merry Men is welcome. So, in tradition, as I always go from left to right as they appear on my list here. So, Alan Adele is up first.
So, Alan Adele is a traveling minstrel, and his words and songs have managed to make him an outlaw among many in Sherwood Forest. He looks to be a traditional bard type. He can both support and humiliate with his song.
Thank you very much. That brings us to Nazir.
Nasser Malak Kamal Inal Ibrahim Sham Abdullah Watib Ibn Mahmoud at your service. I was forced into these cold, horrible lands by one of your unholy crusaders. Fortunately, I was able to escape his grip. And Robin here was good enough to allow me to join with you.
Indeed. That brings us to Will.
All you need to know about me, I was born on a cold November night. There were soldiers, drunk, Norman mercenaries. They took my wife from me, and when they'd finished with her, they trampled her to death with their horses. And then they laughed. Laughed! My name was Will Scathlock. It's Scarlet now.
I should guess Will's a nice fellow. He is. Friar Tuck.
How do I follow that? Well, Friar Tuck is a pious man who has actually joined the outlaws here, and I might on the outside look like a jovial, happy guy that likes his food and likes his ale, but do not underestimate me as your opponent. And let's see, what else can I tell you? I did help Lady Marion escape into the Sherwood Forest, and Little John is my good buddy in this group, and that should be about it.
Indeed, and that brings us to Much.
Yeah, I was born of a miller, but the Loxley family took me in as a foster. When Robin got in trouble, I decided I would travel around with him. I'm not real keen on fighting, but you got to do what you got to do, right?
Indeed. Little John.
Well, I don't remember much about what happened before, but then there were a spell put upon me by the Baron de Bellamy. Then Robin here, when he defeated the Baron and freed me, ever since then I've been following John wherever he wants to go.
I'm going to have to award Betty for a possible attempt at an English accent.
Really?
Marion, I was impressed. Marion.
I'm Marion of Leaffert. I was born a noblewoman from Norman and the daughter of Sir Richard Leaffert. I married Robin of Loxley because I saw the injustice and the greed of the people of Norman, and thank God I had Friar Tuck to help my escape.
You married Robin because you like his hair.
I have just noticed...
And he's got great hair.
I just noticed Friar Tuck and Marion weren't on the party sheets when they didn't get their bennies. And Marion's also missing adventure cards. So let's give Marion a couple of adventure cards. There we go. Oh, that one's pretty useless. Let's see if we can give her a better one.
See, now I just thought that because I didn't do a British accent, I just wasn't getting
And last but no means least, of course, is Robin of Loxley.
Indeed. Robin of Loxley. I was called for greater things by Herne the Hunter. I am the hooded man. I stay in the Sherwood forest with my men, fighting for justice and freedom against those who would oppress us all.
Sounds good to me. Right, well, thank you very much. As you say, Will's very much for leaving the queue. What's the rest of you want to do?
This camp.
Well, I'm not to be morose, so once I've done the rites, I'm ready to roll too. So
Okay.
Somewhere that we regularly camp, I'm fine leaving it. If it is, then I'd rather push the body to go further downstream because I don't really want the corpse mouldering next to where we sleep.
You tend to. There is a map, but we don't need it just yet. But yes, you tend to camp north of here near the Great Oak.
Did you say that he had some wound on his foot that seemed to be caused by a trap of some sort?
Yes, basically, there's injuries to his boot, and basically, when you remove the boot, there are a number of puncture holes in the sole of his foot.
So Alan will look to see if there's any trail of blood to make sure that we don't unwittingly step on the trap that he fell into.
When you found him, he was still in the water, so you did pull him out of the water to examine him. So he was probably you assume he was dumped in the river and floated.
Got it. So at the very least, we know the direction he came was upstream.
That's a very good point, actually. Yes. Let's have a look. Upstream. Well, from where you found him, the Morn River continues running east to west, as it were. But just a little up ahead, near the hamlet of Mornley, there is a tributary of the river. So the river's running. There is a tributary where it basically heads past Clipstone, and I do recall. I can't remember what I called it. I did actually find it out because it's now called the Vicar River, but it is back then. It was called something else. But anyway, not to worry. Oh yeah, Warmbrock. It used to be called the Warmbrock, but it's changed its name in modern times. So you can pull him out of the water here and leave him be. Yeah, the River Mourn's a very good way to head through this part of the forest, because it's obviously in the past it's been wider and cut a wider channel, but obviously these days it seems to be less lower down. So there's an older river valley you can walk down it. Keeps you off the main roads as well through the forest. So that's why it's a good way to cut through the forest here. So so basically indeed. So, leaving his body, you continue to travel onwards towards Clipstone. Can I have notice checks, please? Lovely, colourful, arranged dice. Much, I'm afraid, is obviously still looking back behind him.
I've got the eagle eye.
Robin is obviously very observant today. Much, I think, is just basically looking around, worried about something else, and tripping over a log and lying basically face down up on his back, rather up at the sky, probably because he's walking backwards, making sure nothing was following.
You just watch out for those traps there, Much.
Well, that squirrel looks like he's getting ready to attack, so I just wanted to keep an eye on him.
The morning mist has melted away, and as the sun rises higher into the sky, as you reach the ford of the River Mung as it forks and continues west with the warm brook turning south, you notice smoke rising into the sky in the direction of Mornley, a small hamlet of about 20 souls.
Are we talking campfire? Little spire chimney? Or...
Disturbing amounts of smoke.
Quick! We must go to the village! I start running in that direction.
Okay, I'm now hearing the battle music from Legend.
Well, as I say, Clipstone's to the south, but Mornley's to the west. Okay. Basically, it takes you less than 15 minutes to get to the village of Mornley, and when you get there, the buildings are still warm to the touch. Although you suspect the attack happened yesterday, around the same time you were on the Edwinstone Road. Yesterday. Oh, terrible typing on my part there. Strewn about the scene of destruction are the bodies of the former inhabitants left as carrion. They are burned, blackened, and some have been staked or skewered. Never have you seen such barbarity. You wonder what manner of man could do such a thing to another.
Search for clues, man.
Norman work, isn't it?
What were they off after? Where have they gone? Are others going to be victims to this butchery?
Who did this?
Oh.
Will go around looking for any evidence of who might have done this.
Okay, Will's off examining the area. So
aren't we?
Let's everyone. I want to know what everyone's doing, where they're headed, or anything like that on the to cover the area, because there's 8 of you. You can cover quite a lot. The hamlet's not that big. You can all cover quite a bit of ground, and if you want to focus on any particular things to look for,
looking at looking at the blue bodies for what it's worth. Okay. With a roll of a tip, it's not worth much.
And while Robin's doing that, Nasser will say to him, Aki Robin, Friar Tuck mentioned that man we found killed had been sometime yesterday evening. Does it strike you that was approximately the same time that the attack occurred here?
You mention it, yes. Some coincidence, don't you think?
Alan, Friar, Much, John, and Marion, what are you up to?
Marion's with Robin.
There is no such thing as coincidence.
Indeed.
Sorry, Marion, you were saying.
Marion has stuck by the side of Robin.
Oh, she's very headstrong. She doesn't have to, for the record, you know.
For now, while she's gathering herself, she is.
Okay. That just leaves John, Much, and Alan.
Alan will examine the bodies, see if there's any similarities between how they were killed and the body that we found earlier.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Tuck is going to be with John, looking at the bodies, running his healing roll, seeing if he can notice anything.
Okay. Basically,
and Much is going to circle around the outside of the village to check and see if he can figure out which direction the attackers left in.
sounds good.
You.
Ooh, look at that, completely black
dice.
dice. Black dice with black digits. Let's have a survival roll from Much, then, if he's looking.
Those are my stealth dice.
Little John will actually. I'm going to collect up all the bodies so that the friar can do the last rites,
Certainly.
and we have to start burying them.
For you, Tuck.
Oh, that's a good roll from Much. You see, everyone maligns Much, but he's very good if you let him get on with it. Okay, so most of the bodies are. I mean, the arrows have been. Most of the arrows have burnt away, obviously, because the bodies have been burnt and along with the hamlet. But examining the actual arrowheads, they appear to match the arrow found in Hugh.
As I said, no such thing as a coincidence.
Have the bodies been put together and burned, or have all the bodies where they are individually burned?
Pretty much, but pretty much burnt where they were left, where they fell. You get the impression. John, as you move the body of a young child, you uncover a glove, a mailed glove.
I'll bring it to the attention of Robin. Robin, here, look here. Oh, he's found me a glove.
And see if it's anything that I recognise.
Yeah. Nothing is special, but it is definitely of Norman make.
Bloody Normans.
In the meantime, Much is examining the perimeter of the hamlet. He finds tracks heading south to back to the River Morn. So basically, the hamlet's north of the river. Much follows the tracks back until they reach the river, and they basically it looks like at that point looks like they cross the river Much, and that's where you obviously lose the ability to track them. However, even from as you stand down at the river, having followed the tracks, you can see due south from where you're looking right now is the village of Clipstone.
John Horse.
Okay, Much will head back back towards the village and let everybody know. It looks like they may have gone on to attack another village. We may want to go and check that.
Gathering up as basically John's helping gathering up the bodies, and Friar Tuck's performing last rites on each of them.
No, we're on.
There's based on what you all remember of this village, and the number of people that were thought to live here, you think there's 2 bodies missing. You didn't know the village. You didn't know more the people of Maudley well enough to know who's missing. But basically, you've only found 18 bodies, and there's you always thought they were 20 plus. So there's at least 2 bodies missing.
Do we have an idea of whether they would have been children or adults?
I'm afraid.
All
you know is the count, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
But based on the, it was about 4 or 5 families, is from what and about 20 souls, and there's only 18 bodies here. No, they're definitely on foot to Much, as far as Much can tell.
How far ahead are they? Do you know much?
Well, considering the attack happened yesterday, or at least that's the what we've kind of determined, I would say they're about 24 hours ahead of us.
Well, there we go. Okay, I didn't know if they were hanging around. There we go.
Wow. Yeah, the tracks don't. Yeah, as far as you can tell, the tracks appear to have been around the same time of the attack, as it were, the ones you were following. So there's no sign that they've doubled back or anything that Much could see. And you're very good at tracking his Much sometimes.
Will, can you climb a high tree, see if you see any more smoke?
Well, yeah.
Would you climb a high tree and see if there's any more smoke?
I'll give you a boost up, buddy.
Yeah, obviously there are individual trees. You're outside the forest main, as it were. Yeah, basically clambering up a tree and looking around, you could from that height you can see smoke rising from Clipston, but it unlike here, it doesn't have that. It doesn't give you that same foreboding sense. It seems to be
Chimney smoke.
Wood fire smoke rather than, because obviously this was blacker and darker. Although it's happened a long time ago, it was too much smoke coming from everywhere for it to be chimney smoke. As far as you can tell, looking up the tree, Clipstone looks fine. As to anything else, actually, make a notice check as you look west. Oh, you got good eyes, Will. Probably another couple of miles down the river to the west, you can see. In fact, actually, another couple of miles down the river to the west, you can see the next two hamlets that sort of follow the River Morn, and from here, the next nearest one down definitely looks deserted, and even the one further in the distance, again, although it's very hard to see from this distance, you still get this same bad feeling.
Looks like Upper Morn and Lower Morn have been gutted and all. Clipstone seems fine, though.
Something at least.
Yeah, but the question becomes why.
What do the Normans need a reason for? Says Will, dropping down from the tree.
They don't need a reason, but if we know what it is, we know if they're going to do it again and can perhaps stop them. Or warn people, at least.
Well, there's nothing we can do for them as is already dead. We might as well get to Clipstone.
Aye. Let's move. Deliver what we intend to.
Clipstone is closer than these other two villages, right?
Yeah.
Well, Clipstone's a large village. The Maudley and the other two hamlets further down are considerably smaller. Clipstone's also on a main road.
So Clipstone was possibly left untouched simply because of its size.
Or location.
Or both.
Curious, were any of the villages, does it look like it was ransacked, or does it just look like the people were slaughtered?
Bearing in mind they were serfs, they probably didn't have a lot anyway.
Understood. Okay.
So it looks like it was just wanton destruction, yes.
But it would seem like Clipstone is between the attacks, and since we can see both regions from a tall tree, it would seem difficult to believe that they would be unaware of anything whatsoever. Perhaps there's information there.
But at the same time, you've got to remember back then, I mean, as a serf, you had no real rights. So it may well be a case of, we're lucky it isn't happening to us. I mean, there will be certain types. Obviously, that's why Robin.
But they would have seen the smoke and been aware that it was happening and went.
Yes, I don't deny that. Yes.
And had they did see any intruders, traveling through the forest, they might have noted something there. So it's worth going and talking to see if they saw her.
And we'll be able to travel faster once we've dropped off what we carry.
Yeah. So, to give you an idea, Clipstone is basically you need to cross the ford. There's Mornley is by the ford here, so you can cross the ford here, and then it's about a mile southwest to Clipstone. Will, you were looking when you were looking west. It's about a mile to the next hamlet down, and then a mile further to the hamlet beyond that. And you're only about a mile from where you found Hugh's body.
I'm sorry. Is there a map that I'm not seeing? Or
I was wondering.
There is, but I haven't shared it yet.
oh, okay.
That's why we don't see it.
That's fair enough. That's okay. I just thought I was missing something.
No. Basically, this adventure is inspired by a very old adventure I found in Dungeon magazine, but half the pages were missing, so I had to make it up. Half the pages were missing in the PDF or copy I had of it. I don't know what happened to it. I think I damaged it once.
Is this a conversion of the D20 version of Robin Hood that they had in Dungeon?
No.
They did have a mini campaign in the book. I'm sorry to derail it. Just I was always interested in running that.
I will have to go and look it up. But the map came from that, and the sort of the seed story comes from that, and the map gives you more information than I want you to have at this point.
That's fair enough then too. It's okay. Just the way you were talking, I thought I was missing something.
No, that's why I was measuring it myself. So yes, believe me, if I'd had a bit more time, I could have sat there and got rid of all the information. It's had two versions of the map, but it's easier just to have the one map and give it to you when the pertinent information is there.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, what's the plan, individuals?
Like I say, we should drop off the load where we intend it to be and further investigate after that. And Nazir's right, we can see if they've heard or seen anything while we're there.
Okay. As I say, it's only a mile here and there, but it's not exactly smooth ground, and obviously clothing and all that, and carrying equipment and everything takes you a little while to get there, especially as you're probably being cautious with everything that's going on. So the sun is high in the sky as you approach Clipston. The villagers are going about their daily chores. Suddenly you hear a scream from the village. People look at your approach with horror and flee into their homes. Within moments, the villagers have vanished.
Look over my shoulder to see if we're being followed by some great beast that I'm not aware of. Is it something we said?
I think they saw your face, John.
I believe
I
they
know
were.
I'm a rather large man, but that doesn't normally get me that sort of reaction.
Well, not from Jeanette of Eldon, it didn't.
Come on, Marion. I think Marion was making an observation.
I believe they're expecting to be attacked. Maybe they've been warned that they are on a list of to be attacked.
You're the least imposing of us. Why don't you see if you can persuade them to come out?
I will jump off of my horse in order to go down there. I'll go on foot to the first home that I see and gently knock upon the door.
Okay. Well, actually, having visited the village of Clipston many a time and thought of them as as friends, they have sheltered you in the past when you being on the main road, on one of the main roads. It's very useful in that regard. But yes, so you knowing the village well, you head up to the house of Old Bill, the village head, the village headman, as it were, and you knock upon the door. A voice goes,
"Hello."
A voice goes, "Be on your way. We want no trouble from you here."
Do you know who we are?
Yes. Well, we thought we did.
Huh?
It's me, Marion of Leaffert. I'm with Robin of Loxley and our merry band of bandits.
Indeed. And we heard what you did to Mornley last night. Be gone.
That was not us. I will return shortly. I go back to the band and tell them what I've heard.
I'm going to walk into a position where most of the houses will be able to hear me if I raise my voice. People of Clipstone, you know as well. We wouldn't do anything so despicable. We found out what happened to... What was the name of the place?
Mornley.
Mornley only this morning ourselves. We hoped you'd heard some information. Please, join us that we can talk of this.
Old Bill opens his door and steps out. Never have you seen such an unfriendly look from him. He's usually warm and welcoming with a smile. He says, "Be on your way, Robin. We trusted you. I can't believe what everyone's been. I didn't believe what everyone's been saying this last week. Sorry, over the last 2 weeks. But now we have witnesses. Why we thought we could trust you. We thought you'd protect us. Why are you attacking Why are you attacking us?"
But do such a thing. What have these witnesses said? What evidence would they have? Last night we slept well in the glade by the old oak. We knew nothing of these attacks till this morning. I give you my word.
And we've been performing last rites and doing all the things that we should. This is horrible. We're trying to get to the bottom of it all too.
You may put an arrow in my back, but I want nothing more to do. Ooh, Friar Tuck, that's a persuasion. Does anyone else feel they could be helpful in the whole persuading old Bill to stop at this?
I think I could be. I think I could be helpful in the persuasion.
Go for it.
If we were here to attack you, why wouldn't we have begun with a surprise attack?
We bring you supplies. That's why we came.
Oh, I think Marion's logic will help there.
She do take her clothes off.
I think that's enough to get them from unfriendly to cooperative. I think actually that many rolls. He goes. He basically Bill stands there and he looks shamefaced. He goes, I'm sorry, Robin. It's just that the tales, the stories for the last fortnight, all we've heard, all that's been going around is that your outlaws have been attacking hamlets, and every time the only reason any of us ever know about this is that every time one person has managed to escape to tell the tale.
Sounds much like a setup. Someone is framing us.
Well, I would have thought so too until the children ran crying from Morley to us this morning.
The children?
Is the last survivor that saw the attack still within this village?
It goes. They are here. They are scared.
I'll lay down my weapons and say, please let them approach. Ask them if I'm the person they saw. I know I am not. I would never do such a thing.
And Nasser's watching this because he's had a thought given light of his own past experience.
It is just two children. They escaped Mornley's attack. They are very scared.
They are. I saw what happened there.
Then they can tell us which way those who did it went, and we can follow them.
Will's right. We want to take these blackguards down. We wanted to take them down when we found out what they did. We want to take them down even more now we know they're besmirching our good name in the process.
Well, basically, it transpires that a boy and a girl the boy aged 8 and the girl aged 10 are the survivors of Mornley. Therefore, he probably understandably very shaken up at the moment, and they're the ones who ran here saying that Robin Hood's men were attacking the thing. This is the very point. Again, this is something old Bill says. He says, it's always your men, not you, Robin, that's attacking the hamlets.
Men, lay down your weapons and come to be seen by these children. See if they recognise one of you.
Alan does so.
Yeah, we'll do the same.
Okay. Who feels that they're best to probably try and
Much.
convince two young children to
I can't. I hate to say it, but I do believe that I'm the most pleasant of us, and I think that I'm also the most persuasive, not just with my looks, but nurturing nature.
Okie dokie.
No, Sarah's
Friar-
gonna hang
Friar
back
Tuck
with
would
Will
help you with that.
because his experience is that none of them, Saxon, Norman, doesn't matter. None of them really trust him. So
Check your adventure cards, people. They might be helpful. Oh, actually, I say that, and then I just have. I should be using it.
Yeah, I did wonder if you noticed that one. It's like, oh, here's a card you could use straight off. Okay. Well, I suspect Alan being a minstrel. Do you have any ideas? Anything you want to do to assist?
So, yes, while she is telling the story of how we weren't involved, I will attempt to support her and maybe set the children's minds at ease by playing a song that might set them at ease a bit.
Let's have a performance check. Oh, look at that. Okay, with the card there. Okay, so that's going to be a nice plus. The card's already made calm them down 1 degree. The performance check, I'll give Marion a +3 bonus on her persuasion roll.
Nice.
To be honest, it's more about actually. Obviously with Alan Adele's performance, it's more about persuading the woman who's protecting the kids to let them talk to you rather than the children at this point, Marion. So make your persuasion roll.
Well, I sit down on the ground, and I'm cross-legged on the ground, looking up to the children, and I tell them I want to hear them.
Okie doke. It takes some time, and I'm sure Will and some of the others are getting a bit impatient in the background there. But eventually, Marianne does get all the information she can from them, and with a +3 bonus and a 14, and the card and everything else, you get quite a lot of information out of these two children. And then this Marianne, as you relay it back to the rest of the party, the pertinent points are that Harry, the 8-year-old boy, and Hawaii, is age 10, and she's very indignant that you make sure she's 10. You know, she was 9 last week, but she's 10 now. They tell of how the outlaws approached the village and stated that Robin Hood had decreed the village was no longer under his protection and their lives were forfeit. Their mother gathered the two children and their eldest brother, Hopkin, who was aged 12, and told them to run south to Clipstone as fast as they could. They did, however, one of the outlaws, a man, and this is where basically, obviously, your quiet patience pays off. She gets a description out of Harry, who's very shy usually, but apparently this outlaw was a man with long blonde hair and a cruel scar across his nose and face. He spotted the 3 children running and shot their eldest brother in the back, but he didn't shoot the other 2. Instead, he suddenly turned and shot another girl. It was little Eda, I should say. She was aged 3 instead, as she stood there crying in the middle of the hamlet. They ran all the way to Clipstone and told the tale this morning. Got here. They ran through the night hiding a lot of it, and then when they got to Clipstone this morning, about the same time you probably headed out from the Major Oak to head down to Clipstone yourself.
So they were allowed to escape to make sure that the story was carried.
Since when did you have a reputation anything than bad?
I've never had a reputation for killing children. Nor would I. We must stop them. We must make them pay for what they have done.
Now you're talking my kind of language. We just got to find out where they went.
Looks like we need to
With the
follow the trail
description of the long
Sorry.
With this description of a man with a scar across his nose and long blonde hair, do any of us know of a person that fits that description?
You are unaware. You don't recognise the description, and it's certainly not a person that any of you have come across, including some of the other bandits that you, have come across in the forest. Because obviously outlaws do hide sometimes out in the forest, and the ones you've come across in the past, you've never heard of any of them. But then the added mystery, of course, is why these men are using Norman arrows. Of course.
Well, either they stole them from a Norman, or some bastard Norman has given them to him.
Well, they are Norman.
Yeah, I fully suspect that they are Norman.
My thoughts.
Nasser, being of a suspicious kind of conspiracy-minded nature, given background, has mentions to Robin that the possibility of them being Norman and of the class that hates you, Robin, because clearly whoever is doing this wishes to destroy you.
I shall
Do you
try.
think the Normans are above turning on their own or destroying some of the serfs, peasants, whatever your word is, of their own to
They're above me, no
get
such
to Robin?
thing. They're despicable, lowly sorts. I don't think are beneath them at all.
Oh, but as this conversation is going on, old Bill, the headman, sort of looking around with more mounting horror as obviously you talk amongst yourselves and goes, "It's no one trusted you. No one would have come to you to tell you what was going on. Mornley is the 11th hamlet to be attacked."
11th?
Where is fallen?
He says that he basically gives you, he basically tells you of, because obviously as you can imagine with stuff going on like that, it's all everyone's talking and everyone's wondering and no one's trusting you and no one's approaching you anymore. Basically, apparently the two nearest thorps that have been attacked to Clipstone are Ashling to the east along the road, and Colgate southwest along the road as well. So if you head east, if you follow the road out of Clipstone east, you'd get to a Ashling, or if you follow the road as it turns southwest, you would get to Colgate in the southwest.
And we came to.
In fact, he gives you the names of all the he gives you the names of all and approximate locations of all 11 hamlets, and at last, now you know how many burned hamlets there are, I could give you the map.
Well, it sounds to me like they're trying to frame us, and any help you could give us to try and it's not about exonerating our names as much as it is let's get to the bottom of this and keep the people safe.
So which ones have been attacked?
The key, burned hamlet, is the one that's kind of a three-pointed symbol.
Yeah.
So it is.
Who's missing? Tuck's missing.
Do they know what order they were attacked in?
No, because obviously word of mouth as it is, no one's entirely sure. But basically this week it's been those three. Yeah. And obviously, the only one that isn't shown as a burnt hamlet is Mornley, which is that one there. Because of course, I decided to.
We ought to be looking around that area there.
Then we should look. Bill, would you please start to spread the word that Robin has not forsaken the people? That Robin and his band of men are still on the side of the people, and that these charlatans are trying to Besmirch my name, so that none will ask for my help against them.
What do I know about that lake?
I don't know. Don't you want to investigate some of the other hamlets first? Damn it, I shouldn't have given you the map after all. I was in 2 minds. This is going to be a very short adventure. Do you know what? I don't know what about that lake. I'm going to have to Google it. That'll slow things down.
Lol.
It's just that lake is kind of in the bit in the middle and seems like a kind of place that you would camp next to if you were setting up for doing things because you've got good water supply and stuff.
Robin, who is the nearest noble here that would have an issue with you?
The Sheriff of Nottingham, maybe?
Nottingham. Well, not as you. If you look, Nottingham is, according to this map, is 14 miles to the south. Yeah.
Surely the sheriff has allies and those who are loyal to him as these were loyal to you.
What about the church? What about the Rufford Abbey? Who's there?
Yes. Oh no. Here we go. No, yeah. Here we are.
Hey,
So
all the people who hate me.
Rufford Abbey. Rufford Abbey. This small settlement surrounding and serving the abbey proper has been the subject of. Sorry. Hang on. That's the wrong description for that. That's not the description I wanted for that abbey. Rufford. Oh, there we are. Basically, Rufford Abbey is. Well, it's an abbey proper. You have obviously with Friar Tuck's connections in the past. They they're I won't say they're friendly, but they're not hostile, and they've never given you up.
Right.
Anyone rich enough for me to have stolen from them probably doesn't like me.
Oh, actually, sorry, that is a point about Rufford Abbey. Actually, old Bill.
The church.
Old Bill goes. There. The day there's a burnt hamlet right there, isn't there, next to the abbey? The day before the hamlet of Coulsden, which is the one I've just marked, was attacked, they said Norman soldiers attacked the abbey.
Really? Well, funnily enough, the arrows we found in the victims have all been Norman arrows.
Sorry, they attacked the village outside the abbey, the settlement. But interestingly, that was the one time they were attacked. It'd been attacked by Normans, not by outlaws.
Was that the first of the attacks? Was that when the attack started, as after this?
No, that was probably about 7 days ago. The settlement outside the abbey was attacked.
And 11 days ago is how many days ago was the beginning of all of the attacks?
It's been about 2 weeks. I thought, about 14 days. So it's been almost, if you consider 11 attacks in 14 days, it's almost been daily. I popped Robin on the map so you can head whichever way you want. In the meantime, I need to look up this map. I didn't expect you to ask anything about the river, so that lake. Sherwood Forest is there. I'm going to have to zoom in again. There's Edwinston. There's the River Morn.
Well, Will reckons that they're likely to be in this middle area here, where all the others.
I doubt it's Kingsmill Reservoir. I doubt it's Kingsmill Reservoir. So
Carrying on down the river would be a sensible way to get into that area and look around.
I would get. Actually, that's interesting. That lake. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what it would have been called back then. Now it's called Vicar Water Lake. And it's considerably smaller nowadays, so that doesn't help much. Yes, because that, as I say, that river that you're down at the moment is now called Vicar Water. You don't want to investigate any of the other burnt thoughts or investigate other places? You just want to head straight there, do you?
Little village that's not burnt out on the way there.
There is a... Yep. Oh, hang on. Let me unlock tokens. Sorry. There we go.
One.
Hamlet south of Clipston.
You forgot. So I'm afraid to say you sort of need to sort of include that in your map, which then obviously puts centre somewhere around there, doesn't it?
What's that?
Rufford Abbey. Hmm.
Village here.
Indeed, there is a village there. Yeah, basically, it's pretty much the same reaction as the last. You approach it, and people flee and hide inside.
I think we need to go through pretty much the same process again.
Do I must know this? I must know this village as well as another. Can I find the headmaster's house and knock upon the door gently?
You can certainly give it a shot.
I'm going to knock and tell the story that we just had with Big Bill, and try to explain that through the door.
Oh, John, try not to look so scary and intimidating, would you?
I'll hang back.
Oh!
Can I use a Benny to do? If that's a double critical, there's no rerolls of that, is
There's
there?
no reroll. I'm afraid. Basically, the door is shut, and the door is not opened, and very imaginative use of the Anglo-Saxon language in explaining what you, Robin, and a horse get up to is described in exquisite detail.
Wow.
I want that door to not be shut anymore.
Oh, shit.
That's really going to help your case, Will. You know that, don't you? Okay. Are you happy? I'm going to treat it as an opposed strength roll because obviously...
I'm happy with the 7. Yeah, I'm happy with the 7.
Let's see if I've got someone. I don't think I've got anyone as a thing. Oh, okay. Give me a second. Okay. Actually, yeah. Let's just create generic villager number 1, shall we? Okay. No, yes. You force the door open.
Then I want to drag him out.
He basically lands. He lands badly.
So I want to drag him out.
Fortunately, he doesn't lose consciousness.
There's villages all around here, burnt to the ground, and yours is still standing. Is there a reason for that?
He looks up at you with his one eye. Oh, thank you, Ragnar. He looks up at you with his one eye and says, so it's true. Robin Hood is in the pay of the Normans. And spits at you, Will.
Accusing me of taking coin from a Norman that I'm not handing out to others? I'm going to heft him up and then throw him down onto the ground.
Will! Stop that! You're not helping this!
Nothing's helping here.
Boy, Will, I'm as angry as you is, but leave him alone.
Okay.
Oh.
He lands hard on the ground, crying out in pain as his frail old leg bone snaps.
Well, Will is going to wipe the spit off his face and turn his back on the old man and say, "Not worth it."
Through, can I have notice checks, please? From everyone except Will. Much is very, for once, is very observant. All you notice is all around the village, you can hear muttering and see sort of dirty looks. And although no one's actually making an active move, you definitely get the impression that the 30 or so working men of the village are definitely reaching for their farm implements.
Will is going to storm out of the village.
Nasser's going to follow Will because he's concerned. He understands his hatred, but
And Will wants to head back to Clipstone, because Clipstone is a reasonably sized village, yes?
Yes.
When Will gets to Clipstone, Will does want to do a bit of head knocking, using his streetwise edge, because he knows the criminal underworld and what have you, to see if he can ask some of the more dodgy people in Clipstone what they actually know about these outlaws. They've got to be getting supplies from somewhere. They've got to be dealing with somebody. And Will is going to put that on Robin. He's going to go and do the finger breaking out of the sight of the rest of the Merries, because that's what Will sees his role as.
Do we know what you're doing?
Probably not. I'm leaving the village. You told me to leave it alone, and I've stormed out of the village.
I'm shadowing him because I'm concerned that he's making things worse. If these people are out to destroy Robin, then it doesn't do us any good for Will to feed that narrative.
Well, it has to be said the village of Coulsdon now knows for certain that Robin Hood and his men have turned their back on them. Will starts storming back to Clipstone. What do the rest of you do?
Try and stop it.
Like I said, I'm following Will.
The old man howls in pain on the ground.
Do I even have healing? Tuck, help him. You know healing, right? It's Friar Tuck that's got healing, isn't it?
Well, I did say this. I did call this one Dark Forest, so here we go.
Okay. Does Friar Tuck have healing?
He does, but he might not be here right now.
Ah. Does anybody else have healing?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Tuck have healing?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Does Tuck have healing?
Tuck definitely has healing.
Would you help this man?
Absolutely.
All right, I'll lift him up onto a table and see what we can do to stabilize him.
This is the same one that we just tossed around like a rag doll.
He broke his leg.
That Will just toss around like a rag doll.
And I need to heal him because I'm not really great at healing.
Okay, yeah, Tuck, you're able to basically, at the cost of 3 power points, I think, isn't it, healing? At the cost of 3 power points, you're able to basically quietly, and obviously you don't do it too overtly because people do get the wrong idea if they know what's going on. But yeah, you're able to convince the man that he hasn't in fact broken his leg when he had, and he's in fact he's obviously just bruised it, and you've just basically while muttering a quiet prayer, decided to sort of massage it in some mystical ways. So yeah. Congratulations there. Okay. So while we better have some intimidation rolls from Will and see how far it goes before whether or not Nazir stops him.
Right. Well, I'll put in my streetwise bonus, and I'm willing to break fingers if need be. So I'm going to put in the +2 for knocking heads.
Isn't it not going to manage to stop?
Oh!
Yeah, see, at this point, Nasir has
And
kind of
Tuck is
grabbed a
looking
hold
at
of
you
his
like,
arm
oh, dude.
Okay,
and told
oh,
him,
very good.
Will, you cannot become what you hate.
Says I'm any better than them.
Might be a little bit.
Okay.
Might be a little bit late for that advice.
Will, the person kept insisting he didn't know anything. He really doesn't know what you're asking about. He doesn't know anything. Why do you keep hitting him? And eventually, when you stop hitting him, he doesn't get up.
I'm grabbing a hold of Will and pulling him out of town. This is not going to help.
They wasn't able to stop Will.
The Zeal got there just too late to. Well, basically, Will just hit the guy very hard, and he went down and doesn't get back up.
And at that, and Nasir coming up on this is going to have stepped in to tell Will to, he's becoming what he hates, and grab a hold of his arm and drag him out of town.
Certainly.
Okay.
Does Nasser have any healing to help that man get back up?
Oh no, Nasir is a straight up killer.
Not even Tuck could help this man get back up. Unfortunately, Will hit him harder than he meant to, and as the guy went down, he hit his head on something.
A critical failure of his skull.
Exactly. Yeah. Basically, yeah. Right. Nazir takes Will Scarlet, aptly named again, back down the road to the rest of the party, where with the absence of Will and Mary, and basically you decide it's prudent to leave the village as quick as possible, and I'm just going to. So you decide you take the quickest way out, which is basically getting you onto the main road, which also is the way that Nazir and Tuck are headed, due to the fact that going through the middle of town with Will the way he is, with the blood splatters and everything, you decide the quickest way is to take the southwestern road. At the same time, Robin and that lot are heading back. And yes, can I have some notice checks, please?
To see if the lynch mob is behind us.
Indeed.
I'm noticing is making sure Will don't.
Much, I'm afraid to say, has fallen over another tree trunk.
These things are everywhere. You'd think we were in a forest or something.
Chuck did okay with his notice roll.
He did indeed. So basically, as you all group back together, and basically, obviously, with Will's insistence that you head towards the river, heading down the road and cutting through is better than trying to head due south there. So as you head along the road, you spot several logs have been stacked, blocking the road completely. All seems quiet.
Oh, there's something that we've never seen the like of, I have to say.
And Nasser steps back and draws his scimitar in his right hand.
Are you sure I didn't trip over him before I found him?
Probably.
Around and find the ambushes.
What I need to do actually is I need to this quickly. I'm definitely well, it was meant to be one bit of artistry, but it'll have to be two now because I split it up. There we go. Just because it's right, you can't see over the tree trunks, as it were. So there we go. All seems quiet.
Vanished the moment it appeared. Where'd it go?
It's called ambush. Did you go into?
So is this notice check to see what I knew about this, or is that a different notice check?
Oh no, this was to see if you got anything else. Now, someone did get a very good notice check, didn't they? That was Friar Tuck and Marion and Alan.
I did. Yeah.
Yeah. I will bear that in mind. Well, basically, yeah, I will bear those in mind because you do. There is. Oh, when it's relevant, I'll let you know what you spot.
Well, Robin said to ambush the ambushers, and Will, because he is protective of women if nothing else, will grab Marion and drag her into the woods.
I'm not sure.
Hey, we don't have time for all that.
My wife got.
Now, Sarah's going to stand where he is in the middle of the road, twirling his scimitar.
Indeed. As you as you head round the edge, as you head round the wreckage, you spot a couple of ruined carts and blood upon the road. There is a body. These carts are designed to be hand pulled rather than animal carts, if that makes sense. I didn't put them on the map, but there is a body there. It's that of a friar.
Oh, them's fighting words.
Probably out of Rufford Abbey, in fact. He has a number of arrows in him.
Oh, Friar Tuck is pissed.
Indeed. Marion, Alan, and Friar Tuck do notice this trail of blood that leads off into the woods.
There's only one body here, but 2 carts.
Yes. And basically,
And Tuck is throwing caution to the wind and running down the trail.
Okay.
Marion follows.
Indeed. So you find that trail of blood leading into the woods, and following it into the woods, you find basically you follow the trail, and you find an unconscious a second friar, apparently as you approach him, he's lying face down. He has arrows in his back, and he's not moving.
All right, so I've got to do the healing deal again.
Yeah. When you get closer, you can see he's near to death, but not actually dead yet. In fact, yes, he's absolutely fine after all that.
Lol.
See, and pretty damn tough, you know.
Indeed. Obviously, removing the arrows, which unfortunately, as you possibly already guessed, you would you recognise the arrowheads of
the Normans. And I say, hey, Will, we need someone to smooth talk this guy. Can you come along?
He thanks you and looks around, and he seems a little taken back. He seems a little taken back when he sees he's surrounded by outlaws, but obviously seeing you there, he's a little more calm by that, for the fact you filled him. But he seems to be staring intently at each one of you as he's examining you, and after a few moments, he seems a little more composed and thanks you, and explains that he was him and the other friar. He gives names, but I can't remember what I haven't. Hang on, I do have. Where's those Saxon names? He gives his name as Cedric, and his friend. His partner was Edgar. They were returning. They sold their wares at Mornsfield, and returning with empty carts. Obviously, empty carts of stock, but obviously with the money back to the abbey when they were attacked by outlaws. They killed one. They killed Edgar without warning. That's before they even made themselves known. They just shot Edgar from the trees, and then basically confronted him. And as he turned to run, they shot him in the back. They left him. He basically lay on the ground with the arrows in his back. They didn't bother examining him to see if he was dead or not, so he was able to watched what was going on, and he able to give a description of the man that was clearly in charge, giving orders. He was a rough, scarred man with a coarse beard that grows properly only on the right side of his face. His left eyebrow is only a patchy trace, and one of the others called him Justin.
Called him what? Justin?
Yeah.
That was the same bastard that hit the others.
It's a different description than the other lot, but yeah.
Yeah. The other had a long blonde hair and a scar over his nose. How long ago did this happen? How long have you been lying in the woods?
From what you understand, this happened. This happened yesterday. Basically, they attacked the Friars, and the last thing Justin said was they had to get to Mornley. They had an appointment in Mornley. He seemed to grin as he said it. He begs you.
Well, then I guess we have to go to Mortonley.
Well, that's where you started this morning.
That was the first destroyed village.
He thanks you for the
Oh, we
help.
need to look round for the trail and see where they came here from, then, don't we?
He thanks you for his help. He stands up. He's a little unsteady he's a little unsteady on his feet, and asks. He looks hopefully at you and asks if you would escort him back to Rufford Abbey.
We will.
Well, any of you. Yeah, I think he's a little shaken up and wants protection.
Of course we will.
Oh, I misheard you. Okay, it's from where you are here. It's about 6 miles. It will take you better part of the the rest of the probably by the time you get back there, it'll take you a fair bit of time. But okie dokie, that's very good. So we'll take you all to where we read. We'll fade out for an advert break, and when we come back, we'll have you basically back at Rufford Abbey, depositing the friar and
It's not the village that was attacked by the Normans just south of here. I'd like to go check and talk to them before we go any further.
Indeed, and just in the meantime, for being the good fellows that you are and escorting a friar in need, in his time of need, back to an abbey, which desperately takes you in the opposite direction of the way Will wants to go, I'll award you all a point of conviction. Yes, Rufford Abbey. It's a small settlement surrounding the abbey proper. Apparently, it was the subject of a particularly nasty raid. Basically, they were a group of Normans attacked. Interesting, they seem to be led by a woman, or at least a woman seemed to be goading them on, and she seemed quite keen that any of the friars that were outside the abbey when the attack occurred were particularly targeted. But basically the friars here were, although unable to do much and except for pray for the souls of those being attacked outside, some did go out but were brutally cut down. The remaining friars are quite perceptive, and as soon as the attack was over, they all headed out to aid those that they could. They're able to give you get quite a few descriptions of the Normans leading the attack, the Norman soldiers that were attacking. The woman of the woman they couldn't see. She stayed back giving orders, and she seemed to be ordering round a man with a rough scarred face with a coarse beard that only grew properly on the right side of his face. And his left eyebrow was basically not really there. Also, his left forearm apparently looked like it had suffered an injury in the past. It looked slightly bowed. Another one that another one of the Norman soldiers that attacked the settlement apparently had long blonde hair and a cruel scar across his nose and face.
Wow, we're hearing a lot about these guys.
But they're not outlaws, they're Norman soldiers.
Another one apparently didn't seem to do much in the attack. He seemed to hang back and not do much, but his features were unremarkable, but he was unusually tall, making him appear quite gangly. But the one that there was one that scared the friars more than any of the others. It was a huge hulking man who basically seemed to literally like to beat people apart with his bare hands.
Nasser shoots Will a nasty look.
What? John's the big one, not me.
But when he'd also resort to using just a wooden club to just repeatedly beat people. Or,
See? It's people with a wooden stick and all. It's John, not me.
Lol.
He'd hit them.
It's our doppelgangers.
And the final, those are the only ones that they got any noticeable descriptions of.
But the two that we know for sure were already involved in other attacks. So
indeed, basically when they left, they headed in that direction.
I still think we should go and look at that lake.
Well, I mean, you could on the way back to the lake. You've got 4 burnt forks you can examine, depending which way you go. Actually, you've got one there, you've got one there, you've got 2 down here, and another 2 over here. So you can head back the way you want. I need to take Robin and put him back on this map so you can choose which way you want to head. There you go.
Well, let's wait for our glorious leader to decide then.
Robin represents all of you. It's not just Robin. Which way do you want to head? Okay.
I'd rather travel through the
Well,
forest.
Will had a good one in that if we went the opposite way, we might go where they came from. Would probably be the best call.
Well, indeed. So basically, this okay. This is This is a grisly scene, pretty much like you saw at Mornley. I mean, the bodies had been literally just left for carrion. It would appear no one's returned to any of these villages after they've been attacked for fear or you don't know what. But yeah, again, examining the bodies will basically reveal the same arrowheads seem to be being used again. Can I have survival tracking rolls, please, from anyone who wants to try and track which way they left from here? Okay, they headed that way. They appear to have approached the village from the north and left the village southwest.
So we want to go north then, you think? Or south? I don't look at my tracking. I'm unskilled. That's why I don't know.
They entered from the north and left the southwest.
Yes. Okay. Again, pretty much the same site. Again, after examining it, it would appear that they entered from the north and left from the west, to the west. And here they attacked from the north and left to the northwest. So you're heading to Vicar Pond, as it's now called, and I can't find a historical name for it. I'm just updating. Okay. So basically, this pond area doesn't have. The locals probably give it a number of names, but it doesn't. It's not really got one. So a couple of miles south of Clipstone. More than a couple of miles south of Clipstone, you spot a 15-foot tall wall of grass-covered earth and stone hidden amongst the trees, approximately 40 feet south of a small lake. This crude earthen wall encloses a small, roughly circular clearing and has an open gap on the east side. Rising from the courtyard is a 20-foot tall menhir, tapered, weathered-worn obelisk, which I forgot to put on the map, of grey pockmarked stone.
I'd like to sneak up on the location and just see what I see.
Certainly. Just going to see if I can add one. I should pop you all on the map so you can appreciate it. So you can choose how you wish to approach. Let me just pop you on and then adjust your position accordingly. Okay. Okay. Just think if I got. Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, no, there's one there. We'll have to pretend the far pit's it. So, no. Let's share that map. Has everyone got it?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So, just to give you an idea, so basically there is a cliff down to the lake here. It's about 20 feet high, which will work out 3 inches for falling damage, as it were. In theory, if you clambered down it, obviously it would should obviously give you. Well, you wouldn't be able to see up, but obviously it gives you an idea of height. The undergrowth is it is undergrowth. It is difficult terrain, as it were, trees and copses. You can obviously maneuver through it, but obviously at the same time it will slow you down. But obviously if anyone's keeping watch, obviously it gives you some cover, but it's not like full forest. It's mostly brushwork and stuff, so you'd have to keep low. And at the moment, it all seems quiet. And for all intents and purposes, you're probably a bit further off the edge of the map than I've put you on, because I didn't actually extend it far enough to the east. For some reason, I figured you'd be coming on from the western side, but not to worry.
Did you make this map?
I did, yes.
Nicely done.
I made it in Dungeon Painter Studio, because I still can't.
Oh, don't say that. You're supposed to say you made it in Fantasy Grounds.
I have. Well, what I tend to do is still take maps and then use Fantasy Grounds to edit them. I'm still haven't spent enough time to properly do the filling in. I can't get the texturing working properly in Fantasy Grounds properly yet, but that's just me. I need to spend some time doing it properly. I'm very good at the old style way of just painting it on, like you used to have to do it. But yeah. Plus, I spent ages putting all my artwork and mapping tools into Dungeon Painter and resizing them to fit in there. So it's what I used to use. So it's what I still go to when I'm in a hurry.
Joshua would be disappointed. He wants you using it all in Fantasy Grounds.
Well, it makes perfect sense because there's less bandwidth to share to people. Because this obviously has to share as an image, whereas Fantasy Grounds it just has to share the single textures, doesn't it?
Right. No, absolutely. It's you got to get used to it. I made the decision a long time ago just to commit to the Fantasy Grounds thing. So I haven't learned any other system to make maps. I just do them in Fantasy Grounds.
I've been using Fantasy Grounds for 16 years, so I don't have much choice in using something else because obviously mapping's only been there for the last couple of years.
Right.
I've got to unlearn a decade of having to make do. Anyway, Marion wanted to sneak forwards. Let's have a stealth roll from Marion. Well, it's okay. You're feeling quite confident about that.
I have an edge that I'd like to use a Benny to do a reroll, if that's okay.
Certainly.
So, and it gives me, I believe, +2, but I don't know how to.
Just
do
roll
the
it. We can add it on manually.
Cool.
Did you use the Benny? If you use the Benny, it should automatically do it.
If you use the Benny and drop it on the skill,
Yeah, that's true. Drop the Benny on stealth, it will automatically use the edge. I forgot it does that. Thank you.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
So you have to drop it on the dice for stealth, not the word stealth.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. See, there you go. Yeah, it does work. Yeah, nice. Of course, it can do that now because they rewrote how Elan works, doesn't it? It only works on the reroll now, not like it used to. Okay, is everyone happy with their stealth rolls?
Yeah.
Sure, what could go wrong with the 4?
Well, indeed, what could go wrong with a 4?
I just know that if you re-roll the success, you've got as much chance of getting a critical fail as a raise. So.
Okay.
Right.
So obviously, when moving stealthily, you have to. You can't run or anything. So I do believe I've got token locks, movement lock. So if those who are making their stealth rolls, want to stealthily advance, feel free to do so. Up to your full pace.
What's the distance that we would be able to go? Or will
6.
you stop us before we go too far?
It'll be 6. Yeah.
6.
Okay. Something's interesting. Why is that not doing what I expect it to do? Oh, because.
So I was trying to move my token, and I just moved someone else's Nasir instead.
That's okay. No problem at all. That just leaves Tuck and Much. What are they up to?
Well, I was up there, but then I moved Nasir instead. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and I had moved Nasir next to where Tuck is.
Okay, let's put Nasir there then. What about
She was
Much?
actually above, but yeah, I'm sorry. Leave it to me to screw stuff up.
And that just leaves Much. You don't hear.
Probably moves up and trips over a log.
I'll move it to there for now. Yeah. Okay. Well, no one seems to. There seems to be no reaction thus far.
Spectacular.
Until now.
Okay. Right. Okay, Much basically, as Much comes moving along quietly, he's moving ever so quietly, it's beautiful, and then all of you just hear a very snap. As a twig, as a whole branch seems to snap under Much's foot. He desperately shuffles into the shade. Can I have notice checks, please? Okay, yeah, everyone sees a head sort of stick up out the top of the mound and look around. Can't see any of you because you're fortunately all in cover. I suspect actually it's, but he failed his stealth move, so you all see his head pop up. And yeah, his notice check is atrocious, so he doesn't see any of you. He doesn't critically fail. He looks up, looks around, and then sort of ducks back down again. You get the impression that if he's on watch, he's not necessarily doing a good job of it.
Judge to say, what time is it, Mr. Wolf?
Yep, it probably. Over to you guys. You don't have to make new stealth rolls because you haven't been discovered as such, except possibly for Much. But if you want to try and improve, you can. But obviously, you are putting in chance of critical fails. Choose your movement carefully. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, that okay, that's fine.
Enough distance there.
Okay, as Marion walks right out to the open, Will's going to say,
Okay, at this point, unfortunately, something happens. Much, I'm afraid, Much actually walked in. Much has fallen into one of the traps.
Of course he has.
Can I have a notice check, please, Much? You do get a chance to notice it and possibly evade it. No, I'm afraid not. I'm afraid there's a penalty on noticing because it's very well conceived. You do get an agility check to jump. Basically, you suddenly realise the ground beneath your foot isn't actually solid, and you get a chance to evade, which you do. You're able to jump back, revealing a spiked pit trap. So you didn't fall the 10 feet down onto the wooden spikes below. However, it does make a very loud noise, which obviously cannot be ignored by anyone else.
Much is just going to stand there and just kind of shake his head like, really?
You never were much for stealth.
You will not believe how many traps everyone's managed to move around until Much hit one. Oh well.
Of course, it would be Much.
It's very in keeping with today's game. Much, you're up. You can hear all sorts of shouts coming from inside the complex. What do you want to do, Much?
Much is going to go on hold, actually.
Okay. I think I decided he wasn't going to do that, was he? I think I changed it. I need to check. Yeah. Okay. I
don't see any other bad guys.
That's because they're hiding behind the wall, and on their initiative, they pop up, fire a shot, and duck back down.
Imagining whack-a-mole.
Indeed. Basically, yeah, because they're behind a stone wall, so obviously they've got cover, as it were. So literally, this tall, gangly figure pops up. He doesn't appear to be a very good shot with a bow. He completely fails to fire an arrow at Robin and ducks back down in cover.
I wish to interrupt so that I can shoot him.
Please go for it. Yep, you beat him.
Okay. Then I will need you to target him for me.
He should be visible. Can you not see him?
I don't see anybody, no.
Of course, because they're behind the walls. I apologise. Yes, that's the problem with line of sight, isn't it?
But you can still target them on the combat tracker, I believe.
Yes, you can.
You should be able to.
Yeah.
Just drop and drag it on him on the tracker.
What happened there? Sorry, that's my mistake. Sorry, Much. I don't know what I did wrong there. Let's try that again. Because that's 16 inches, so 5 would miss, because that would be medium range, wouldn't it, for a bow?
and whatever cover he's got for being behind the...
Yeah.
So
I'm afraid that's a miss, unless you want to try and Benny it.
No, I'll let that go. And then I'm going to step over here behind this tree. I want some cover.
Okie dokie. That brings us to this chap here, who's going to advance to here, so you can see him. He's going to take a shot at Marion. I said Marion, I said Rob. Yeah, and misses. Oh, that could be a critical failure. It isn't. And then he ducks back into cover. Nazir's up.
Nasir's going to draw a scimitar in one hand, dagger in the other, and press himself. I'm going to have to run. Get himself back up against the wall. below the line of fire.
Yeah, it will have offhand if he uses the dagger in his offhand. Don't forget.
Yeah. Yes, I'm aware. He's got dagger in the left, scimitar in the right, and he's headed for the wall. And he's got his back pressed to the wall now to make a small target.
Okay. Jeepers creepers, that's ridiculous. Marion, standing out in the open, what do you do?
I'm going to approach the wall, and I'm going to put my back to it to make myself the smallest target. But hopefully close enough to the edge I can lean in and see.
Okay.
I don't know if I put myself inside that wall. Sorry.
You won't be able to. You can't physically go inside the wall, so you're fine. If you're right up to it, so you're absolutely fine.
Everything has turned black except for the inside of that wall.
You're probably just on the edge
There
of
we
it.
go.
There we go. Yeah. Cool. Next one down is Little John.
All right. I'm going to run, I think.
Okay. How are you, Riga?
Like a gazelle.
More like a rhino running.
The way they keep
Tactical assault unicorn
is quite depressing.
Yes.
I'm too nice. I should have made all the pits bigger.
And from there, I can't really see any of them.
No, unfortunately, they hide it. That's the problem. They hide inside, so that you either have to storm the place or wait for them to pop up.
Hopefully, they can't see me. Yes.
Indeed, that is very true.
Yeah.
Friar Tuck is up. Oh, sorry, no. Yeah, Friar Tuck is up. I've got to turn that setting off. It's very annoying. To center. Turn it off because then the map stops jumping all over the place, so I can see what I'm doing. Mr. Tuck's. Oh, Tuck's running. Tuck runs for cover, breathing hard as he goes.
Tuck's tuckered.
He's also very quiet. I'll assume he's not doing anything else, and I'm going to have another.
Look at the trees that are around Tuck at the moment.
Indeed. Yeah. Not.
I'll take the dodge action as an action there. So.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's fine. It's annoying about the larger site thing. So basically, another head pops up over here, and he's basically looks around, realizes that no one's visible as they're going, and ducks back down. Will, you're up.
I'm going to run, and Robin asked how tall the trees are around here.
Not much higher. Not much higher than the fortification's 40 feet, so they're higher than the tree, I'm afraid to say. Will runs for the walls. Sorry, I didn't hear the tree question.
So
Robin,
probably we're sharing a microphone.
That's okay. Robin's up or down.
Okay.
Or left or right.
I am going to move to there with my back up against the tree and take aim at where the heads keep popping up.
Okie dokie. You just walked. You must have missed the trap by 1 pixel there. It's not fair. There's like 30 traps on this map, and you're missing all of them.
We're just that good.
No, I just basically made the traps sort of the size they were, and I should have made them bigger. Alan's up.
All right. If I can see Armot, I am going to attempt to bolster my allies by quickly coming up with a small song belittling him and attempting to distract him. Basically, I guess I'll just tell him that somewhere one of the villages has been deprived of their idiot, and he has left them in the lurch.
Okay, go for it. That sounds like a performance test to me. Unless you want it to be a taunt, of course. Actually, sorry, yes. Sorry, it's your call if you want it to be performance or taunt. It doesn't really matter, but yeah. Do you want? Obviously, you can Benny that. You can Benny that if you want. Getting a 3.
I think he has an edge that gives him a free reroll. I'm not sure if that would apply here, though.
Yes, I'll be nice. I said performance, but I did mean taunt. It's humiliate. So, and your taunt and performance are the same. So, yes, you do get a 3 taunt reroll because of humiliate edge.
Okay. All right. I will try that.
Yeah. Go for it.
Much better.
It's a wee bit better.
Very much so. Okay. You are actually going to. I didn't go for creative combat today, I'm afraid. But you automatically shake Armot with your taunt. Do you want to make him distracted or vulnerable? Your choice.
I believe distracted.
Okay.
Will vulnerable be for the entire turn or just the first attack?
Until his turn.
For the whole until his next action, he's vulnerable. Until the end of his next action, he's vulnerable.
All right, I'll make him vulnerable then.
Yeah, makes it easier for everyone else to hurt him. Yep. You cut close to the heart with your comments about him, and he obviously takes it quite seriously. He's very upset. He's very much shaken by that. Drogo is going to remain on hold, so it's a new round with Much going first.
Much will again go on hold.
Okie dokie. Nazir's up.
Oh, he's going to step over to the entryway, brandishing his scimitar, and yell to him to come out and fight like men, Ibn Kalb. Don't be hiding behind walls like cowardly women. And then step up one more. She's got one left.
You get to make a notice check at this point.
Because you're standing in a trap.
You notice it. You get to make a chance to make an evasion as you realise the loosely lashed framework covering a shallow pit gives way as you step on it. So you get a chance to evade. Agility.
That's athletics, right? What?
Agility -2. Are they visible on the map? They shouldn't be. How are they invisible? How are they? Can you see the traps? That's depressing. Oh well. They shouldn't be.
You were hoping to TPKS with no combat, just traps.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that. Have a look in the voice chat, text chat bit. I'm pretty sure it'll be fairly obvious.
I am very confused.
Is that the one that I just missed?
Anyway, not to worry. Nazir avoids it and gets to go forward his extra square. I'm not going to worry too much anymore.
Okay.
That one is now open, so obviously won't catch anyone. Yeah. Oh, that's because I probably opened it because it's been triggered, didn't it? Oh, I must have clicked open by mistake. Oh, that's what it is. If I've opened one, it's visible. That's what it is. Yeah, the triggered trap. I think the triggered trap should be visible. So
These then.
yeah. I'm a. Oh, are they all open? They should be. Oh no, should they be closed? Okay, I give up. I don't know how you're seeing them all. I'm going to go and cry somewhere. Sod the traps
I
then.
just want to see them all because I just had to
Well,
evade
now
one.
they're showing. They weren't showing just a second ago.
I don't know why they're showing up.
I still don't see them.
Oh, wait. Now, I don't know about on everybody else's map, but on my map, I'm seeing them as a little circular depression out in the grassy areas.
Yeah, it's like
Oh, I
horse
thought that was.
shapes.
So that's a bug, isn't it?
But I ran right through it because I wasn't paying attention because, Nasir has his own intent here.
That's a bug. That's a bug that you can see the bloody traps.
Yes, that's a bug, and Much knew it was there, but his line of march would have taken him across that. So
What an annoying bug. I'm gonna. So I spent ages putting all these lovely traps in, and you could just see them all. I hate you, Fantasy Ground.
Well, we weren't seeing them. That's because, like I said, Nasir ran right across it.
Anyway, so Nasir gets to the.
It wasn't until you moved Nasir back exactly onto that mark that I realised, so they're the traps there.
Yeah, we assumed it was just texture until.
That's what I thought it was. Yeah.
I'm bloody hell. Excuse my French. What an annoying bug.
I agree. That sucks.
It really, really sucks. Oh dear. Okay. Now you've got me intrigued. So if I go to Wall of Sight traps.
Well, and the interesting thing too is that like I've always run traps just not putting them on the map, and just I knew where they were, and so when players go over them, I trigger them.
No.
No.
I think it's round. If you make a trap round, it's visible. If you make a trap square, it's not.
It's really weird.
Yeah, we see the one to the right of it.
Yeah, because I've made them all nice round traps. So I should have made them square traps. Fair enough. I'll know that in future. To be honest, actually, I don't have a problem with if you guys actually, if you're clever enough to avoid them now, it's probably in keeping because we can roleplay the fact you know you're looking at traps. Okay. Aladadale's up.
All right, assuming he can see the Driston character, he will attempt to do the same thing to him and tell him that I swear if you all were any worse at your jobs, you'd be doing our work for us, and attempts to taunt him.
Okay. Looks like you can see him. You got a 20. Oh. You got a 21. Do you want your free reroll or are you happy with a 21?
I'm happy with that.
Okay, he's shaken. And I assume you want to make him vulnerable again?
Yes, please.
Okay, he won't come off hold and attack you because he's too busy nursing his hurt feelings.
Alan, they have been doing our jobs. That's why we're here for them.
Well, you're up.
How sturdy does that gate that Nasir is standing in front of look?
You could probably jump over it.
Yeah, I'm talking about. Can I move it?
Oh, you could. It's just obviously it will take an action to move it, which obviously it sort of leaves you exposed while you're doing it. If that makes sense, it'd be a strength check to move it.
Well, I'm more wanting to run up to it and slam it into Arnott.
It's a bunch of spikes into the ground, so you can't really shove it backwards. You can sort of lift it.
If it spikes into the ground, then okay, I will try
you know
and.
What I mean? You can't. You know what I mean? You can sort of pull it and push it, but you can't really shove it because of the nature of you'd be pushing it against how it's into it. So that'd be an athletics roll to jump into there. Yeah, to just vault over it.
I will try and leap over it instead then.
Or impel yourself on it instead if you want.
No. I think leaping over is the thing to do.
Okay. At which point I'm going to attempt to interrupt you.
Mm-hmm.
So Droga, who will attempt to interrupt you, getting a 1. I might Benny that. Okay, no, it looks like that Drogo and Morgan do not get to react as you jump over the top, so you get to continue your action.
Okay. Well, I am going to make a frenzied attack then. And I'm going to go for Arnott and then do the rest of my move past him and do the second attack on Drogo.
Second attack. Oh, frenzy.
So I've got frenzy.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I got confused for a second there. Go for it.
No, I don't do that. I want to do that. There we go. Does Arnott have? In fact, do either of them have medium cover from me now that I'm where I am?
No, annoyingly. As in, annoying that I couldn't. I wish I could make it. You know what I mean? So that would be okay. That would be a 7 on Arnott. And
so
on
a hit on Arnott and a raise on Drogo.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you definitely put you put Arnott down, who's vulnerable. Let's see if Drogo.
You made the bennies all fancy too.
They're standard. They're standard to the rule set. You can change. There's 5 standard bennies, so I just changed it to the sword and shield because I thought it was appropriate.
Aha! I didn't know how to change it.
Under options, and you scroll down. Yeah, Benny type under game. Benny type second. First option of the game. I can.
Oh, okay.
Change it.
Fair enough.
Skull, wild card, right laser gun, Zeppelin. Default of this one, I just said sword and shield, so that they're based on the standard bennies basically.
Well, but this is Savage rules. There isn't one for Pathfinder for Savage rules.
Pathfinder. No, Pathfinder's got different bennies. You got the Sihedron, you got the Pathfinder logo, you've got a couple of others.
I've seen you use them. I didn't know there was. I just didn't look. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, Drogo. You basically Drogo howls in pain.
So yeah, as Will leaps over the spike, he runs Arnott through with his longsword, saying, "Nothing's forgotten." And then as Arnott falls off his sword and he spins around and slams it into Drogo, "Nothing's ever forgotten."
Well, I had to give you a Benny for that because I decided whoever said that would get the Benny, knowing full well it'd be you. Right. However, Drogo's basically as you cut Drogo, he cries out in pain and thumps you very hard with the club. I'll try that again. Thumps you very hard with the club.
I'd best use that Benny then, hadn't I?
Indeed. Drogo is big. He possibly gives Little John a run for his money in terms of size. You deftly parry it, at which point Morgan also who.
No, I would much rather that Drogo actually hit Will with the club and Will spits out blood and a tooth and just grins at him.
Morgan steps out from cover, fires an arrow at Will, and then ducks back. And then Marion's up.
I'd like to use the calculating edge. Do I click that, or is that? And I'd like to use it studying Dristan.
Yeah, you just.
Is that how that works?
The only problem is you have to have a 5 or less when you got the 7 of spades.
Oh, I thought that was just for the extra advantage. Okay, so you have to have a card of 5 or less.
Yes.
All right. Well, then I'm going to. Go ahead.
I was going to say the idea behind it is because you've got it's an offset for getting a poor card because the logic is because you're so far down the combat tracker, you've spent the time until you act working something out or thinking it through.
Okay. I thought that there would be an advantage and then also the other if it was 5 below. But cool. That's all right. I'm going to quiver an arrow and I'm going to shoot it at Tristan.
Go for it. See him.
And I'm going to use my Benny to re-roll that skill?
Yep, certainly can.
That was not good.
And not again.
You just snapped your bowstring, haven't you?
Yeah.
Well, that's in the back, isn't it?
That's a snapped bowstring, apparently. I'm afraid your bowstring snaps.
Good Lord.
Robin's up.
I have taken aim, so I am now on hold until the head appears. As soon as it appears, I'm loosing.
Unfortunately, you just saw Will go charging inside, so I will say you suspect people may be occupied.
Well, we'll see.
All right. Again, I will run. Here, so I can see something.
Okay, let me just...
That's 3. Okay. Then, still no visible people though, eh? From where I am?
Afraid not. Well, no, unfortunately, they see, at the moment, all the ones you can see are inside, yes. Make a notice check. Actually.
All right. A notice check?
Please, yeah. Oh, no, that's good enough. That's good enough.
I'll say.
You've certainly beat my my stealth checks to notice someone hiding in the woods.
Edgar, would that be?
It is Edgar, yep.
All right. I spent 3 to get to there. I'm not going to quite make it to Edgar. Wait a minute. Does a staff have reach?
Reach of 1, yes.
So I can get. So if I go there, I should be within reach of him if I'm lucky.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
But then I just realized I was. I think though I just realized I miscalculated by a slight amount because I can only go 8, not 10.
Oh, I didn't pick up on that. That's my mistake. It's a con game. It's all about making sure people have some fun, isn't it? Okay. Oh, Edgar moved. Sorry, I moved Edgar by mistake. Sorry, that was my mistake.
So does that mean I do get a chance to bop him on the nose?
You most certainly do get a chance to bop him on the head. Go for it. Edgar is targeted. Bop away.
Take that, Edgar.
Oh, that's harsh. That is a bit harsh, actually. Well, I think I like bowstring because they can then spend an action to restring the bow and they're back in the fight again. Yes. Okay, that's a wound on Edgar. Basically, Edgar's trying to sneak up. Edgar's sneaking through. You charge towards him, swing that staff, and down he goes hard. And he's out cold.
Bloody Normans.
Tuck, you two can you and Robin actually can make a notice check.
Robin?
Oh.
Yeah.
You can make a notice check.
In about 30 seconds.
Match is requesting an interrupt.
When
Match can make a notice check as well if he's requesting an interrupt.
I notice, unless it's hard to notice, in which case I probably do.
Yeah, Much fails to notice, but Robin and Much both notice.
For some reason, my 6 did not explode.
Yeah, I don't know why. Your notice is actually rolling as 2 separate
Because it
dice.
says -1. Why is it -1?
Well, because I'm clueless.
Are you rolling it off the hotbar at the bottom or off your character sheet?
Hotbar.
That's why. It turns into a 2d6 roll when you put it on the hotbar.
Lovely bug.
I did not know
It
that.
didn't that time. I've used the hotbar a jillion times. I don't know why it did that time.
It does. It doesn't matter. You've got a 10 on your notice. Yeah, you notice. Well, you don't that you'll know his name, but you notice Alfred sneaking up towards Much and Robin through the woods. So Much is requesting an interrupt. What's Much up to?
Much is going to step around the tree here just a little bit, waving at that trap just south of him with one finger.
Bloody hell! I'm going to complain most forcefully later on. I'm going to tell them I refuse to patch any more modules until they fix the trap bug because I'm very
I
upset
will
right
step
now.
forward to there and take a shot at Justin.
Oh, okay. He's seen Justin. Justin is sort of ducking behind the wall, so you get him as he sticks his head out.
Let's Benny that.
Okay.
I got enough of them. Oh, there we go. Much better.
You shake Justin.
Yeah, I'll let that one happen.
Okay, Tuck, I'm afraid you haven't noticed the chap sneaking up behind you. What do you want to do? Unless you want to Benny your notice roll, of course.
Okay, so there's someone sneaking up, but I don't notice him.
Unless you want to spend a Benny, of course, is what I'm saying, and see if you can spot him.
Did I notice him?
You did, yes.
Can I shoot him?
Yeah. Tuck's going that way. Go for it, Robin. You can come off. You can come off hold and open and shoot him.
I can't physically see him. Could you target him for me?
Mm-hmm. That's a hit with a raise. It's a shaken.
Cool.
Okay, Tuck, you get to there, and just as you get to there, Robin seems to be shooting someone on the other side of the hedgerow from you. So as you sort of wandered across, Robin fires an arrow over your head, which probably surprises you a bit. Because moving's you've moved, but you could, but if you want to do anything else, you most certainly can. It's gone quiet. Okay, I shall.
I'm going to yell at this guy, and I'm going to basically say that you've chosen the wrong side. You're going to lose this fight. Just throw down your arms and surrender right now, or it'll be the death of you.
Okay, go for it. I like it.
Turns out he has prosthetic arms and both hips.
That's not going to do any good.
I'm afraid Alfred's obviously staunch in his support of whoever he follows. Okay, Justin strides out, sword in one hand, axe in another, and he basically comes up to the barricades and attacks Nazir.
I'm going to take my first strike on him.
Go for it. As Nazir parries both the attacks and hits back. He doesn't have cover anymore, which makes that into an 8. Let me adjust that in a second for you. So you hit him. And you shake him. And last but no means least, Alfred recovers from being shaken and sort of steps around the corner towards you, Tuck, grinning, going, the Baron pays me well, and Amise will be very happy when she finds out I've killed another friar and attacks you. You parry the attack. Who's on hold? Who's on hold?
Dresden.
So Dresden most certainly will come off hold because someone fired an arrow at him, didn't they? Which was Marius, so he'll come off.
Well, it snapped.
Well, oh yeah, sorry, it snapped. But someone else did say hurtful things to him. He's basically just going to shoot. He's going to shoot Will.
Because he hurt his feelings.
Well, someone else hurt his feelings. Will's nearby. Unfortunately for everyone, his bowstring does not snap. Okay. Much is up, and he gives everyone a penny.
Well done, Much.
From your perspective, Marion, it's just an action to restring your bow with a strength check. You should be fine. Or just
Okay.
or just use another weapon instead of your bow, and then you can repair it out of combat without any problems. Much, you're up.
Give me a break.
Much will go ahead and shoot at Justin again.
Okay. It would be dramatically appropriate to shoot Nazir, just so you know.
Did you take pity on me?
You said, "Give me a break." I thought it was your joke about the broken bowstring snap, so I gave you.
Oh, it was because I redrew from the 6 of clubs and got a 2 of hearts.
Oh, I didn't see. Justin basically grunts as the arrow punches into his armor, but doesn't cause a wound.
And then we will. Gotta get better view. Let's step forward and over just a little bit. See if we can see in there a little better. Not yet, but we'll get there.
I was quite evil when I made this map. I made it very, very narrow. Okay, so that will be that's a longsword attack upon Nazir. And a hand axe. Both missing.
And I can take my counter strike on him now, can't I?
I thought I did. I'd be better off attacking Will, wouldn't I?
Probably.
Okay. It's a blur of weaponry as axe meets scimitar and dagger. Okay, Drogo recovers from being shaken. Drogo basically grunts and swings the club again at Will.
Go mad!
Shaking Will.
I'll take that.
Okay. Marion.
I'm going to roll the strength check to try to restring the bow.
Drogo most certainly should be toughness 1 in the combat tracker.
And I'm going to use a Benny to re-roll that.
Please be my guest.
I think I got it.
He probably shouldn't have taken that wound you got on him last time then.
Probably not.
No. There we are.
Wait, I'm a little confused. What was that?
Oh, don't worry. Sorry, it was someone noticed that one of the NPCs had toughness 1 instead of the correct toughness. Okay, Mary, it's an action to restring. So yeah, you restring your bow, but you restring your bow with no problem at all there. You can act, but you can now as an action. If you want to take another action, you can do so. But there's a -2 penalty on it. But you have restrung your bow.
I do not want to take an action.
Okay.
I don't think I've got the luck for it today.
Moving is a free action if you want to move, of course.
I think this is the spot I want to be at.
Okie dokie, no problem at all. Okay, Elfred's up again. He's annoyed that Tuck you parried his first swing, and he goes. He mutters something again about me hating Christians, and basically pays well for the scalps, and swings again and misses. Nazir.
Now, there's no barrier between. He either stepped over it, I had stepped over it, right?
No, you're fighting either side of that gate of the sort of wooden poles in the ground.
Then I'm going to. What does it take to get over the barrier to be on the same side?
You could basically, because you could just leap over it. It's an athletics check.
I'm coming over the barrier.
Yep.
What kind of check?
Athletics. to just sort of vault over the. Yep, no problem at all there. That's the downside of having tests. So, yeah, as an action, you jump over the barrier and you land on the other side.
And
yeah, it's an action. But I'll take it as a moving action, so that'll be nice. You parry.
I'm going to penny that one time.
Okay. I'm not sure about that. If it's part of moving's a free action, jumping over a pit's part of moving. I don't think that's an action, you know. So I think everything's fine.
Yeah, I get him that time.
Roll for damage. Okay, this might be quite painful.
No, and now to follow up, I'm going with my offhand, and I'm going to stab him with my dagger, and that's a -2.
It is, yeah. Because I expected you to fight with both scimitars, so that's what I did.
I only see. Oh, okay. No, I'm.
Will Scarlet recovers from being shaken.
Will spits a little bit more blood out of his mouth and says, "Well, you're a big bugger, aren't you? And wild attacks."
Okay. Wild attack it is. Oh dear, I think Drogo's in trouble. I think a 22 hits.
So does the 10.
Okay, so you wound Drogo, which I think last time was technically a wound. So that's the wound on Drogo, and then because he's already shaken, you wound him again.
That'll do.
That brings us to Little John.
All right. I think I'll just move down here, see what's going on.
Okay. It appears that Tuck is being attacked by a bandit.
All right. May I? Can I shoot at him, or is Tuck in the way?
It would be dramatically appropriate to hit Tuck, but of course you can shoot at Alfred. Yes, Alfred, I should say.
Why? Tuck is a little fellow. He's not getting in the way of any arrows.
He's a really bully little fellow, man.
Tuck.
Catch him in the fat, he won't even notice.
Hey, what is with all the anger towards the bigger people?
You hit Alfred.
Because with a crit fail, you know the DM was going to hit me.
Well, I knew that. Having a critically pathetic damage.
you can reroll damage, don't forget. Yeah. Anyone can reroll damage under sway rules.
Oh, yes. Well, isn't that impressive?
Oh, shit. That is classic.
Actually, that was a shooting roll, so you haven't actually rerolled your damage yet.
What? I rolled that should have done the damage.
You rerolled the shooting.
We found this out. What it is the damage box is very small, and if you drop the Benny 1 pixel outside the damage area, it does it as a reroll, not an attack roll, a damage roll.
How do I tell if I'm exactly in it then?
I think it highlights, but to be honest, just roll the damage manually. I don't mind.
Okay. Throw the Benny in there then. And...
Oh, no, you don't need to spend another Benny because you haven't used it yet.
You've already spent a Benny.
Yeah. Okay,
right.
You shake him. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, we'll leave that. Yeah.
Okay, you fire an arrow into Alfred. It basically doesn't wound him, but the fact that this arrow shoots over Tuck's shoulder and nearly skewers him leaves him a little on the shaken side. Tuck is up.
And Tuck looks at him and says, maybe if you could find God, you'd be able to find your swing. And with that, Tuck is also going to
spend his conviction. Ooh.
Drop his conviction.
I think Tuck means business.
posing as us.
Yeah.
That should be
Yeah.
reach, right? Yeah. And Tuck is going to take his short sword.
That's a hit. That's yes. That's enough. You basically you basically swing the sword and Alfred goes down. If it lets me actually delete him. There he goes. And that brings us to Morgan.
Yeah, and I couldn't find. You beat me to it. I'm trying to stop.
That's okay, don't worry. Morgan's going to step out and back away from the fight over to here and shoot his bow at will again.
I wish I could drag that to the hotbar.
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
You can in the 5e one, but you can't do it on this one.
Alan Dale is up.
You hit Will there, because Will's vulnerable.
Oh, did I? Okay, thank you for being honest.
I shouldn't have been honest.
You really shouldn't have been honest.
Oh,
you really shouldn't have been honest.
Well, at least I got a penny, eh?
Serves you right for being honest.
Yay!
Oh!
Tough old bugger.
That's the reward for honesty, right?
It is the reward for honesty, isn't it? Now you could be happy in the fact that you were totally fair and honest and played as good sportsmanship and came out of it with no penalties at all, and a Benny up. Alan, you're up. You've moved it.
So Alan is feeling a little left out of the brouhaha here, so he is moving forward. And as he gets to the barrier, he fires an arrow at Justin.
Go for it.
And I will Benny that.
Feel free to do so.
Now, how do you do that so that it does the re-roll? Would I just drop it on the
skill?
You actually.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
On the 2?
Drop it on the dice in your character sheet that you want to re-roll.
I apologize, I missed that. You drop it where?
On the dice in your character sheet where you want to re-roll.
Okay.
And you'll see the little dice thing like highlight with red corners when you're dragging it, and you want to try to drop the Benny in there.
Yeah, allow me to give you your Benny back to try it. There you go.
Well, that was still not good, but that's fine.
It looked good though. In fact, yeah, it's nice to know that it looked impressive. You know, you came striding up, your theme tune playing in the background. You struck a pose, you pulled the arrow, and just at the wrong second, Marion knocked you as you loosed it. Obviously, that's what happened. You didn't miss.
I shoot her a foul look as I move forward.
Okay, Dryston is going to fire his bow at Nazir. Missing, as Nazir has this uncanny ability to determine that he's being shot at with an arrow and dodges to the side, which puts Alan out as an arrow just sort of bounces off the stone next to him. And Robin's up. It sounds like it's all going on inside the compound, Robin.
Not much else can do, really.
No, it was a good plan to wait until they pop up, and that's what I figured everyone would do, but then someone decided to play their character, don't get me wrong, completely within the reasons and jump in suicidally. Oh well.
I know I helped Friar Tuck not get dead in the meantime.
That's very true. In the meantime, Bryce, who's the gangly one who was described by the friars, I believe, he just sort of, it was the one who tried to shoot Marion early on. He just seems to be ducking back and cowering in the corner back there. He's not doing much.
We'll get to him.
Robin's up.
Good. It don't have to be too late to the party. Then.
Actually, I'm going to have to say I really was smoking something when I gave Marion of Leaffert calculating. That doesn't make sense. I'm going to change your edge.
Could you move that far so I can see?
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to jump this fence and land on Justin. Tackle him to the ground.
Okie dokie, let's make that an athletics test. So let's target Justin, which I can't see on the tracker because you're on him. So there you go. Make an athletics roll.
I'm Bennying that. I can do better than a 3. Okay. Oh, running, of course. I'll sod it, if you'll allow it. Four! A Benny and a conviction, and I still only get a 4. Never mind.
Justin, avoid. Well, that'd be athletics on Justin. He got a 3, a 4 successful. So, you basically you're grappling him. Did you say?
I was trying to tackle him to the ground. So.
Yep. Okay. He's entangled. You're holding on to him, which makes you vulnerable. I'm going to have just be like, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm just trying to work something out, which is the worst time to do it in the middle of a game. But anyway, so I am going to swap out calculating from Marion because it doesn't make any sense to give someone who gets whose edge gets 2 cards a turn the calculating edge. So I'm going to give a strong-willed instead, which is much more in keeping. And I suspect, given the way, probably what I should have done in the first place. Anyway. Okay, so that's Robin done. That brings us to Marion.
I'm just going to look at what strong-willed is really quick.
It basically gives you bonuses to resist taunts and fear checks and stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Perfect. I'm going to do an athletics. This is what my goal is right here. Marion is going to jump over this gate. And while Justin is entangled with Robin, she's going to use her dagger to stab him in the back.
Sounds good to me. I'm going to run out of space with everyone on this. I could get you to there. Make your athletics check as you jump over the gate.
All right.
Don't worry about the test thing. You're fine. The 5 gets you over the top.
Okay.
At all. It's because I was targeting Justin for so when you wanted to stab him. So you jump over. You just jump over the gate, dive between. Just jump over Robin and Justin, sort of grappling on the ground, and then you can stab him. Go for it.
Fighting. Roll fighting.
Yeah, it should be on your combat tab. There should be the dagger. Yeah, attack. Yeah.
Oh, on the combat. Sorry, it was.
It's okay. Let's see now. His parry is 7. If he's vulnerable, it'd still be 6. So I'm afraid you probably do stab him, but you don't. You basically probably don't get through his leather armor unless you want to Benny it.
Gosh, I guess I will Benny it. It has been a little difficult, but I can't get that unlucky, right?
You can.
There are certain phrases you should never say while role playing. That was one of them.
Did you notice how it was? Did you notice how it was a 6 until he finishes the sentence and then it changed to a 2? Nice. Little John, you're up.
All right, I'm going to clamber over the fence, but I'm going to stop for a moment just on the top of the fence and take a look and say, "Oi, where's that little lad that's been pretending to be me? I got a little gift for him. Let's see if I can see the biggest of the bunch." I don't know which is me.
So that will be an athletics check. You to climb the 40 feet up the wall.
Oh, 40 feet?
Yes.
He's got a head start, surely. He's not sure.
No, I did the calculation. He's got the movement to do it.
Right. Well, then 40 feet. I didn't realize it was quite so high. I'll use my conviction then.
Wait a second. So this wall's 40 feet high?
I'm going
Yep.
to check it myself. Yeah. Oh,
That's
sorry.
why.
Sorry, my mistake. 15 feet. It was 40 feet south.
15.
Yes.
15. Okay.
Oh.
All right.
15. Sorry, my mistake. It was 15 feet high and 40 feet south from the lake. But I got the. But that's my mistake. So sorry. You still you don't have to spend your conviction if you don't want to. No, it's only 15 feet if you want. It's up to you.
So it's just a regular athletics check then?
It was still a regular athletics check. I'll give you a conviction back because I feel guilty. I'll turn it off. You can always spend it if you want it, but I've turned it off for now.
I think I probably am because athletics is not this big man's best skill. So
Conviction it is then. Yep, you clamber. 15 feet means you move the 2 inches. 15 feet will be another 2 inches, 3 inches up. So you're standing atop the wall. So I'll just move you. I'll move you that side so you can see inside, if that makes sense.
Okay. Which of this group is the big man?
Probably the one that everyone's bungling into at the moment.
This
You said
Justin.
Drogo was the one that was bigger than Little John.
Sorry. The big one. Sorry, I took big man as the guy in charge. The giant is Drogo.
Okay. But there's somebody standing right in front of me at first, right?
Yeah, but technically you are standing atop the wall.
Okay. So I can't swing at him?
You can't swing at him. You could shoot him from here if you want. Oh, you mean
All
the
right.
guy below you, Morgan? Yeah, you can swing at
Yes.
Morgan below you. Sorry, yeah, you can just
All right.
basically hit him on the head with your staff. I apologise. I wasn't
That's-
paying attention.
That's mine. Take that. So that's
I'm
Morgan.
ignoring the multi actions because it's a con game. Go for it. Anything for a good story. Go for it.
All right. And he's targeted? Good. Yep.
He will be in a sec. Which of 15 is a hit with a raise. Roll for damage. Okay, yeah, you basically Morgan literally doesn't know what to hit him as he literally gets attacked from above, and you knock him out cold.
Splat.
Splat indeed. Will, you're up. Oops, sorry.
Well, not one to change tactics when things seem to be working. Will just continues hacking at this giant in front of him.
Okay.
Whoa.
Really?
I think you missed.
You think?
Yeah, I just get this impression you might have missed. Okay. Drogo basically, well, having taken 2 wounds already, not being a wild card and having done another 3 wounds. I think we all know where this is going. So,
He selected. He dices.
yeah, indeed. In fact, because of, I mean, obviously position is relative in terms of tokens being static in a fight. So Drogo's just, I'm going to put it there, and as Will skewers Drogo twice, and Drogo drops to a knee, he looks over imploringly at Justin and just sort of, that's the last thing he says is Justin as he collapses to the ground.
And then Will kicks him off the end of his sword and turns around to look at Little John and says, "Too late, mate. Got him."
Oh dear. What's left then?
Is there no one left to talk to?
There's a couple. There's one cowering over there.
Much, you're up.
I think Justin is still on his feet, isn't he?
Yes, he
It's
is.
a relative term given that Robin and him are grappling upon the ground, but yes.
Ah, okay, they're on the ground.
Are Robin and Justin both prone at the moment then?
Not so much. They're wrestling.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So I'm looking at it as very much a case of at the moment Robin's got hold on to him, and they're all over the place. They'll be up and down. You know what I mean? Because Justin hasn't got. Yeah.
Much will take the shot.
Yeah. It'd be dramatically appropriate to hit someone, but not to worry. You hit Justin.
Worried for a moment then.
With Marion and Robin and Nazir and Nadal in the way, I could.
Oh yeah, everybody's right there. That's part of why I went ahead and took the shot.
Okay, well, I spent my last penny on Justin. I'm afraid, basically, you got the shot. You know that you've got the shot, and just as you loose, Robin adjusts his step slightly, giving Justin the chance to basically push upwards and forcing Robin back, which means the arrow narrowly misses him. Unfortunately, it misses everyone else as well. But unfortunately, you had him there. It's just very annoying. Okay. A frenzied attack from Dryston in desperation to get out of here. It hits Will twice.
Oh.
That short sword moving deftly and speedily between Will's blows, doing absolutely nothing on the first one. Oh, hang on, I'm rolling a tit to hits again. Sorry, let's do the damage. 1
Hit.
And 2. Okay, so the first one wounds you, Will, and the second one's going to shake you. Okay, so you soak the first one.
I'll soak the first one. I will take the shaking.
Yeah, basically, he comes charging in with a stabbing thrust that you narrowly avoid. However, he catches you not badly on the up back cut, which basically staggers you. Justin is up. He is obviously not really wanting to be entangled by Robin, so he is going to. It's going to be it's post athletics, isn't it, to break an actual entanglement or a strength check?
It is strength at -2 or athletics.
Yeah. So Justin's going to attempt to break free of Robin's athletics. I think you need to be to 18. Oh, that was Nazir. So I don't know why Nazir. Obviously, Nazir was still targeted. Okay, Robin. Justin's got an 18 in his athletics roll. Robin, you'll need a 19 or better to stop him from breaking free.
Sorry. Athletics.
Yeah. Or your conviction nearly held the day, but I'm afraid he breaks free of your.
Okay.
Justin breaks free from being held back by you, but of course that was his action. But he is no longer entangled and therefore is no longer vulnerable. Nazir is up.
Oh, Nasir can see that all his brothers are here, so he's going to drop the dagger and draw the other scimitar and step past Justin to this cowardly dog in the corner.
Okay. Okay.
And I'll Benny that.
Bryce is literally not fighting. He's literally all he's doing there is parrying, going, help, no, help, no, don't kill me, don't kill me.
And then with the other one.
Again, parrying for all his worth, he keeps parrying for all his worth. He defends against your attacks. Then you're up.
These guys got a good parry.
He's spent his whole action on defending. He's not fighting. He's just trying to stop you killing him. Yeah, Alan, you're up.
All right, I am going to. Actually, I guess I'll attack Justin. I'm going to leap over the barricade while drawing my sword and dropping my bow.
Okay. Make your athletics check. That's successful. You definitely vault over the barricade and land on the other side.
I am going to, as I'm doing so, I'm insulting Justin and telling him this is how it's done. So I'm going to taunt him.
No, is that using your quip edge?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, your taunt fails, alas.
Now, is the free reroll once per session or
No,
each
every
turn?
time you taunt, you get free reroll. So you get to free
Okay.
reroll on your taunt.
Not much better.
No, because he's 5 stands on the first one. So yeah. So I'm afraid you try to taunt him, but it doesn't affect him. So unfortunately, you can now you basically the idea of quip is you can taunt him and then attack him without penalty. But if you don't get the taunt, then there's a -2 penalty on the fighting roll. If that makes sense.
Gotcha. It does.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try one more Benny just because.
Just because, go for it. Yep. Yeah, that edge probably doesn't make sense in Swade. I'll have to think of a better way to do it. I'm going to change how it works in future. Oh, okay, that's not... No, actually, because you're still going to benefit the taunt. No, that is a good use of the Benny. Okay, no, actually, thinking the way tests work now, it makes perfect sense because it's a multi-action to taunt him and then attack. But obviously, if you pull off the taunt like you really have here, you've automatically shaken him with the taunt and you can now make him vulnerable, which means he's easier to hit.
Yep, and that's what I'm going to do.
And now you get your fighting attack. Actually, no, the edge does work. Absolutely, I'd forgotten the mechanics of it. The edge works beautifully there. So now you get to do a multi-action attack without penalty. So off you go. Which misses. But you did taunt him and make him vulnerable for the whole party.
Yep. And just I'm going to use another Benny and my conviction just because I want this to work.
Yep. Oh, yes, because you want to use your witty banter bit, don't you?
I do.
That's a hit with a raise. So, yep, most certainly roll for damage.
Well, not quite the damage I wanted, but...
All you need to do is 1 wound, so your witty banter does kick in. Who do you wish to award a Benny to?
Who's low on Bennies? Marion.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Much doesn't have one.
Much has got 6.
Oh. All right. Then Marion.
Yeah, so basically, quip and witty banter is very much... Someone was... I didn't create these edges, but someone was definitely watching... Monkey Island with the idea that during he taunts as he fights, and obviously if he gets the quip in and then causes a wound, he gets to give someone a Benny. That's how it all works basically. Friar Tuck, you are using your conviction. Do you wish to maintain it? You don't
Absolutely.
Until the end of your turn, but spend the Benny.
Right? No, absolutely. I'm going to leave. But it'll trigger until the end of the turn, so don't let me pass it until. Don't end my turn until I drop the Benny. Okay, it's a 15-foot wall.
Yeah.
Friar Tuck is going to cartwheel over this thing. Does he have? Is that going to be a multi-action? So do I need to check?
Well, no, this is the interesting thing. If you actually read the rules, moving is a free action. It doesn't say anything about climbing or anything else not being
right. But the climbing, like I usually let it go if it's like the rule of cool, right? But your game, I didn't know. I'm happy to.
So, as far as I'm concerned, because obviously you're heroic and it's meant to be cinematic. So basically, 4 inches will get you to what's your pace? Your pace is 6. Actually, aren't you a beast?
He is.
Yes. So Tuck starts his move wearing Franciscan robes. When he lands, he's fully shaven rather than having a tonsure and wearing saffron-coloured robes, yeah?
His pace is
or maybe I just drop the robes all together. and just to make sure nothing
Okay.
catches on the wall as I cartwheel over.
No.
There are other things that could catch.
Wouldn't that be a surprise? Yes,
You
there
know
are
what?
other things to
You know what?
catch,
You've
though.
all been awesome. I'm just going to give Benny's all round. Technically speaking, it's you need 6 inches of movement to get to the wall, and because you're a beast, you only got 5 inches, so you can end up this turn halfway up the wall. Or you have to run. 6, you're fine with an athletics check. So as far as I'm concerned, you basically you move deftly and swiftly across the expanse, hit the wall at a good pace, and clamber up it, getting to the top.
Cartwheel over it, and do I get to land on the ground here? Okay.
Well, you only had enough pace to get to the top of the wall, but you are atop the wall there.
Yeah, and he's doing his little Irish jig up on top of the wall, and he's looking at Dristan. And he says, "You know what? You better tell me all you can about all these horrible people that you've been working with." And with that, or it'll be the death of you.
Well, he's in melee with Will Scarlet, so it's probably the death of him anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I'm afraid he's obviously
I'm
a
sorry.
little. No, I'm afraid he's obviously a little distracted fighting Will. Don't forget to drop your Benny to maintain your conviction. That was a good roll up until his. I'm afraid. Okay, new round. The bad guy. Oh dear, the bad guy's got the Joker, which means Justin is. Well, I think there's only one thing Justin can do at this point, and that's sweep. Okay, Robin. He doesn't hit Robin, but he hits Alan and he hits Marion. Marion takes a wound. Alan. Oh! So basically, he does this. He swings the sword round his head and then lunges. Robin ducks back. Marion narrowly avoids it. However, the sword tip slashes into the side of Alan Adale, causing 3 wounds upon Alan.
Yeah, I will attempt to soak, and this is a case lesson on why bards should not be in melee.
Well, make that vigor roll.
I just I dropped the Benny, but it didn't roll it.
Don't worry, just make a manual vigor roll. Don't worry about it. There's multiple ways to do it, but you either have to drop it on the actual wound on the combat tracker, or if you hold down control, a soak button appears, or you could do the way that you would do it at a table, which is just drop a Benny and make a vigor check. So a soak roll of 10 will negate. Hang on, that's the wrong character. 2 wounds.
I'll take that.
Okay, so basically you duck back, but the sword catches you on. Gritty damage. I don't remember turning that on. Oh well, I'm not going to worry about gritty damage. I must have turned that on by mistake. That shouldn't apply. This is meant to be heroic game, so I'll turn that off. I didn't mean to turn that one on. Sorry about that. Don't worry, you did not just have busted guts there.
And I'm going to use a Benny to try to soak that wound as well. Do I do that now?
Yes, please do. Oh, look at that. Marion just saw the blow coming and avoids it deftly. Robin of Loxley.
As he goes for me, I lean back to that fire and pull out a smouldering log. And as he carries on his movement, I wild attack cold shot to the nabs with the glowy end.
Wow.
Cold shot to the where?
The groin.
That's what I thought I heard. I just was just clarifying.
That's a tiny target. That's minus 60. That's minus 4 to hit.
Friar is a man of God, right? So he was just checking what his party was saying. That's all.
Make your attack roll.
Have you put the wild attack on, or should I?
I have put the wild attack on. So
Lovely.
you just need to factor in a -4.
Oh, and I've put the -4, and my conviction is staying
until
on.
the end of your turn. Okay, yeah. Go for it.
I don't have an appropriate weapon to use here. Do you want me to use the longsword or an arm? I was supposed to use an arm.
Just use the longsword.
Okay.
It doesn't make any difference for the attack roll. Okay, you hit with a raise with your with the burning branch. Okay, it's combat. Technically, it's an improvised weapon. Should it be an extra -2 on that? But that's still a hit with a raise. So that would be okay. You have now. Well, I call it burning branch. It should have been burning torch. You now have a burning torch as a weapon on your combat tracker.
Oh, I can do better than that. More like it.
Would you
Fire.
Would you please roll a d6, please? Nearly a 6. And then it changed to a 2. Okay, so you swing. Basically, you swing and slash at his groin with the burning torch, and unfortunately, he doesn't catch fire. He nearly did, but he's in a bad way. He cries out in pain. Marion, you're up.
I am going to. Do I have a clear shot? I'm going to quiver an arrow and I'm going to shoot at Tristan.
Yeah, certainly.
That will make Marion vulnerable.
I know, but I'm assuming he's going to be dead before then.
What can Justin do when his nags are on fire?
Goodness gracious.
Okay, roll for damage as your arrow hits Tristan.
And that is in. Where do I see the damage roll?
It should be to the right-hand side it should be on the combat tab for attacks, and then on the combat tab are all your weapons, and that's then you can on the left-hand side it shows you your attack dice, on the right-hand side it shows the damage dice.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Also, when you do it that way, it spends the arrows, but not to worry, it's a con game. Unfortunately, it doesn't penetrate his armor, unless you want to Benny it.
I'll Benny it.
Go for it. Okay, well, I think that was a good use of a Benny as you basically skewer him. Hang on, I've done that on the wrong guy. That should have been on Tristan, but that's okay. That's 14 points of damage on Tristan, which incapacitates him. Down he goes. Splat. No splat.
Don't want to kill Bryce since he's being a coward. He'll probably tell us everything we want to know.
Bryce remains shaken, desperately, basically drops his sword and basically drops his sword and drops to his knees and starts pleading with you. Much. Much. Hello, Much. I think Much is on hold. Friar Tuck.
Okay, so Friar Tuck is standing up at the top of this wall,
Yes.
and he is going to think of he thinks in another life he might have seen the Back to School movie, and he is going to triple Lindy off the wall and try and get to Justin here, and he's not going to get. He doesn't have the distance, so he is hoping that he is able to taunt him with this wonderful athletic flip that he is going to make.
Well, somebody actually quoted a movie I've actually seen.
Oh, the triple Lindy? Yeah, Back to School.
Yeah, I love that movie.
I don't know
Okay,
why
make
that.
Make your athletics check.
Oh
And
dear.
the conviction. Wow, the conviction didn't add.
It should have done, shouldn't it?
Yeah. That just means you rolled a 1, a 2, and then a 1 on your conviction.
Yeah, it's one extra die, and
Yeah.
it's not high enough. It doesn't show.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so you land, give it 11. So you well.
And then I was going to do that. So hopefully that taunt Justin into being fearing here.
Distracted or vulnerable?
What are you doing? Are you quoting him the scriptures or what?
I am. The thing, the quote that Sam Jackson used in Pulp Fiction about, verily I say to you and all that. So what do we want to do? We want to make him, I guess we want to make him distracted so he's easier to hit.
Vulnerable makes him easier hit. Distracted makes it harder for him to do things.
Oh, I'm sorry. Vulnerable is what I meant. Yes, vulnerable.
Yeah. Although, of course, distracting him makes it harder to shake off being, remove being shaken. But anyway, Will Scarlet is up.
Will would like to push past Alanadale.
Oh, sorry, Brian, did you want to maintain your conviction?
I do, and I'm just going to...
Sorry, I did end, but I can put it back on. That's okay. Sorry, Will, over to you.
Push past Alanadale. And since Justin did a wild attack, he's obviously a little bit open, so Will's going to flick his sword up first to one side of Justin's head and then to the other, saying, "So, which ear's your favourite? The right or the left?" And based on which one Justin flinches at the more, he'll say, "All right, your left. Fine. I'll cut that one off first so it doesn't have to hear Alan singing." And that's my intimidation roll.
Okie dokie. He's obviously made of stern stuff, or he's scared of his boss.
I'm going to Benny that, and I should have had a +2 because he's vulnerable, but never mind.
Does it work on intimidation being vulnerable?
It should be on anything.
Okay.
It's a +2 to do anything against them. So that's a 9.
He's already shaken. He's already vulnerable. You're going to make him distracted then?
I was intending to make him distracted, and hopefully he'll feel somewhat intimidated and maybe give up a little bit, but we'll see.
Well, it depends if people give him the chance. Alan Adele, you recover from being stabbed.
I want him to give up so I could then kill him when he's a prisoner.
I am going to attempt to persuade him that his situation is lost and that he should throw down his weapons and submit to our questioning.
Okay,
that's going to save him from Will, right?
And maybe Alan will promise not to sing.
Make a persuasion check.
I frown a little at that comment, but then make the check.
Okie dokie. You get the distinct impression that the fight has gone out of him. I will say that the fight's gone out of him, but whether or not it's really depending on what everyone else does, doesn't it? So, Little John, you're up.
Right. I will. I'll just leap down from the wall, I guess.
Yeah.
There's not much room to get in around anybody here anyway, is there?
You just muscle in, big guy like you.
All right. So I'll just stride on over and whack Justin on the head with the intention of knocking him out rather than killing him.
With a non-lethal attack. Okay, go for it.
Yeah.
Let me target him because it's a little crowded in there. Yep, go for it. I'll return the attack to non-lethal after you roll the damage.
Lol.
Okay, that's a hit with a raise. Roll for damage. And that is non-lethal. You knock him out. And thus end.
There. What's all this
How
about?
do you do that?
You just
Now,
right click on the damage. If
now,
you
sir,
right click on damage, if you right click on the damage, you get a load of options that can come up to how you can modify the damage. You can make it heavy, make it not heavy. You can set whether they're vulnerable to it or invulnerable to it. You can make it lethal, non-lethal. So
Right click it in the chat, or right click it on the tracker.
On the combat tracker. You actually on the actual damage on the combat tracker, you right click it and you choose it to be non-lethal.
The
Fair
GM
enough.
has to do that, right?
The GM
So
Yeah.
has to do it, yes. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Sorry,
I
Lizzie.
did not know that either. That's why I asked. Thank you.
That's
okay.
very
now,
nice.
sir is going to resheath one sword and keeping the other one to the point into Bryce's abdomen. He's going to pull him to his feet and drag him out to the others and tell him, this one's too cowardly to fight. See if he's brave enough to talk, and throw him out there.
Okay, at this point I'll remove the line of sight because obviously you can explore because it makes life easier. I've also unlocked tokens. Fight is over. Bryce is basically, Bryce is more than happy to, well, not more than happy. Bryce basically has no fight left in him and Justin is unconscious.
Bryce never had any fight in him. Bryce is a freaking coward.
And is our party good, or are there people wounded?
Alan's bleeding. But, so you guys can move around freely now as well.
I shoved Bryce out into the center so that the others can question him.
Okay.
With now my scimitar's in his back.
Bryce is bleeding, but it doesn't hurt as much as Will's words.
Oh.
Alan's a bleeding awful singer, that's what he is.
Oh, you know what?
Oh.
Congratulations. I can warn everyone Benny's for defeating the bandits. Okay. I'm going to also clear up the splats. So,
Leave them.
well, they get in the way and you can click on them. They do cause interference sometimes with tokens because they are treated as tokens, unfortunately. They didn't used to be, but they are now. So,
I didn't know that.
They can get in the way. They're nice to have, and they are useful when people want to search bodies, but in this, for this experience. So, okay, what do you want to? What you got? I'm going to move Justin. I'm going to move Bryce over to there, so just so they're not underneath everyone's tokens. I'm going to turn off all the effects apart from the knocked out on Justin. Still happens until someone deals with it.
Do I? Okay, so now from the last time I healed that guy that Will decided to damn near kill. Well, then he did kill him. But when I fixed his leg, has it been an hour? Do I get any power points?
Yes. Oh, yeah, you'll be at full power points. Yes, you'll be at full power points.
Okay, then I'm going to heal Justin again, and then I'll just leave the 7 power points where they're at because it's a 3 PowerPoint gig. So
I like that. Alan just stands there and bleeds, and you heal the bad guys.
Actually, I have an adventure card. I think that's what it's called, and it can give back characters with arcane backgrounds. They regain 2d6 power points. Can I use that to refill the power points for them?
You can, although he's only used 3 up, so it's.
I've only used 3 right then. And then the other thing is my conviction still not up? What's up?
Well, technically, conviction runs. You'd have to keep maintaining it, wouldn't you? Out of a fight, it sort of.
Yeah, no, I know. I thought, okay, I was just wondering because it was running low,
Yeah.
or it didn't.
I would allow it for that one, so you got a 7 on your roll. So I'm going to. You don't actually need to heal Justin because he's just unconscious. You use that to heal Alan. Alan, you're right. You've got a card. I have to admit, actually, it's probably a card I didn't notice you had because I possibly would have swapped it out of its limited. No, that was Marion. Sorry, of its limited.
Yeah,
use. But
I've been eyeing that, and I figured that Friar Tuck was the only one with arcane.
Friar is, yeah. He's not, unfortunately, because I've tried to make it a low magic system. Actually, he probably won't be blowing through his PowerPoints too much. He might do. That said, there could be a use for it, because if he throws out a sanctuary on all of you at some point, then that could probably get through his PowerPoints, and then you can play the card to give him his PowerPoints back. So I'm not saying it is completely useless, but it's one I'd hold on to for now, because he gets 5 PowerPoints back an hour anyway. So okay, so you basically defeated everyone. What do you want to do now? Obviously, I know you're going to question. I don't know if you want to do anything.
So now we want to question them and find out where these Scarface guys are and who they are and why they're trying to frame us.
Well, indeed. I mean, basically, Bryce will probably tell you anything if you ask him. Justin's unconscious at the moment. I don't know if anyone wants to search the place.
Yeah, let's do that.
If you zoom in very carefully, I have actually put the item you need to find on the map, so you don't actually need to make notice checks if you look in the right place.
Yeah, I don't really notice anything anyway, but yeah.
But if anyone happens to look right where Justin was hiding, you look on his bed. Look, there's something there.
Get that then.
Basically, you find inside Justin's room. You find a waxed leather pouch. Bryce basically, we'll go over Bryce in a minute, but I'll go through this first. You find a waxed leather pouch containing some letters. Marion's probably the only one who can read, actually. Possibly Nazir is educated. Friar Tuck as well.
Shouldn't I be able to read?
No, that would be Robert of Huntingdon would be able to read.
Mm.
Yes, Nazir's probably.
I've read lots of scripture, so I should be able to read.
Indeed. I would say Marion and Tuck definitely can read. Nazir, because of his background, possibly can as well. But I'm not certain on that score.
So would that be a common knowledge roll to make sure I can read it and understand it, or
No. It's written in Norman, so you know what it can. You could read. I do believe you got Norman as a language, haven't you, Mr. Tuck?
I do indeed. Indeed.
There appears to be 3 letters. The first letter, they seem to be in sort of. Oh, the last one I haven't. The last one I forgot to make into a chat. So let me just do that now. So I'll assume you're reading them to the party. So the first one says, Justin, the time has come to gather your compatriots in Sherwood. The regent's visit is imminent. I want to ensure your tasks are having an effect before he arrives in Nottingham. Remember, your primary concern is to raise the profile of the outlaw problem. Temper your treatments of the pathetic peasantry. Try to keep my ward safe and keep that animal of yours under control.
Animal.
I believe that Will took care of the animal.
Who's the letter from?
Rogor.
Oh.
If he's burning down villages, he certainly isn't tempering his treatment.
The letter is signed de Belem. The second letter reads, Justin, your activities are having a glorious effect in Nottingham. Merchants are even now clamouring for the head of our dear sheriff, and all is in place for John's arrival. You seem to have ignored my command about the peasants, but no matter. Remember to keep my ward safe. Should anything happen to her, I will kill you with my own hands. De Belem. And the last letter, Justin, all has gone better than I hoped. The regent has arrived and needed little prompting from me before flying into one of his rages against de Reynaud. You have done well. It is now time to enact the second part of the plan. My ward will explain it and select the maiden required. Bring my ward and her victim to my castle so the ritual can begin. I shall be in Nottingham, ensuring that the sheriff is removed. And again it is signed de Belem.
So there's a woman to save. We need to go to Castle de Belem.
Do we know who the ward is? Maybe we should ask Bryce who the ward is.
Indeed, Bryce basically. It turns out that Bryce is actually the Baron de Belem's carpenter. and it's him who's set all the traps around the place, and he insists that he doesn't really want to be here. Can I notice checks from everyone? Tuck got the raise. I think Tuck's the only one who's got the raise. Tuck, someone's got targeting on, but that's okay. I thought I turned off targeting. Not to worry. Clear targets. Tuck, you
My white stealth dice are working better than the black ones were. So.
Tuck is the only one who basically gets the impression that Bryce is lying about not wanting to be part of this. You get the impression that he's Tuck. You get the impression that he's no better than the rest of them. He's just a coward. You know, when he's quite happy when he can stay at the back and quite happy to prey on those weaker than himself. But when you attacked, his cowardice came to the front.
And I say to Will, I say, hey, Will, this guy's lying to us.
Really?
He basically he says he doesn't own much of the plan. Justin just told them what Justin was in charge and told them what to do. All he did was do what he was told. He really doesn't want to be here. Please don't hurt him. Oh, and what Belem's ward, that would be the Lady Amis. And from the description, you get the distinct impression she was the woman who was coordinating the attack on the abbey.
I still think he's holding back, Will, and I think he knows more about the second part of the plan.
No, he was lying about the fact yeah, possibly. It was more about the fact he doesn't want to hurt people. He's just a carpenter.
Bend down and whisper in his ear.
I didn't think it was that kind of an evening.
I'm not going to kill you now, because this lot don't like it when I do that in front of them. Give me a very good reason not to do it later.
Yeah, Will. He's quaking in his boots.
I suspect there's a small puddle forming. He is yellow.
Is it Bryce he's intimidating?
Yes, it's Bryce.
Did you just say he's yellow after all?
Well, he's got the hindrance yellow.
Well, yeah, okay.
That's just trickling out his trouser leg.
Yes.
I caught it. That was pretty sweet. I enjoyed it.
I was thinking. I was going to do a spirit roll, and I remembered he had the yellow hindrance, which means it's a -2 on spirit checks.
He told us all he's going to tell us.
He does seem to be. He babbles everything. He babbles out after Will whispers that. You're not sure what Will whispers. He babbles everything and anything, and most of it appears to be rubbish and useless information. But you get the impression that basically Justin can't tell you any more than Bryce has told you, and the letters probably tell you more than Justin will ever admit to.
Then we need Then there's a woman in trouble.
And so, and Friar's asking. So where asking the group, because he's not the sharpest knife in the drawer. He can read, but asking the group, where do we think we go?
Sorry, just one thing before Nazir does what Nazir whispers there. He goes, wait, I can tell you one more thing, and then Nazir can confirm whether he continues that or not. Wait, I can tell you how to get into the castle the easy way. Search the stone circle. You won't even need to go through the castle. You'll never get through the castle. It's too many guards. The stone circle. Search there. You'll find it. And at that point, a scimitar appears in his chest. And he stops talking.
Scimitar come from?
Went in his back and out the front of his chest.
Uh-huh.
And who killed him?
Give you 3 guesses. Not Will.
Who's standing at his back with a scimitar?
Raises an eyebrow and asks, right, so we're leaving then?
Wait a second. So Tuck is confused.
Inshallah.
Did Nasir kill him?
Nazir killed
Yeah.
him, yes.
It's the will of Allah. Cowards die.
Go.
Wait, why are we killing the ones that we're trying to interrogate?
We already got what we needed out of it.
Except the location of the stone circle.
Near the castle de Belem. It'll probably be fairly obvious.
Let me see.
Not exactly can we?
Nazir and Little John, having been prisoners of Belem in the past, know where the stone circle is, yes. But you didn't know there was a secret entrance there. Because
Aha!
And he works for Belem, right?
yes, they do work for
Well, that's
Belem.
enough to get him killed in my eyes.
Castle Belem
In fact,
is
if Belem's still
10
alive,
miles.
I'd like to have a talk with that man.
Castle Belem is 10 miles northwest of Clipstone.
Let's get moving.
There. Okay, so that brings us to the next map, which would be Castle.
We'll make sure he's the last one to leave this fort, and we'll go and slip Justin's throat before he does.
I thought that might be the case. No problem at all. Okay.
I might have stepped on him on my way past.
Yeah. Fortunately, there's the map of the Castle de Belem. As you can see, unlike certain series, it's very populated and very busy. Fortunately, you've been told at the Stone Circle, so you can literally be at the Stone Circle. So,
Gotcha.
the Stone Circle is a 7-8 foot tall tapering stones form the circle, all weather worn and lichen covered. All of you can't help feel uncomfortable with standing within this circle, and I need you all to make spirit checks, please.
Being that one.
As I say, the spirit check is because it's really unnerving more than anything. But you're all fine. None of you suffer any ill effects from spending any time inside the circle. So that means because you know where to look, I'm not going to make notice checks. You know the circle's there. You eventually, after searching around for a bit, keeping an eye on the walls, you notice there are the odd guard on the walls. So you sort of don't do anything too dodgy. You notice a secret trapdoor that's very well hidden. Would have been quite hard to find if you hadn't known about it. It's locked and barred, however, which means obviously removing you can remove the bars, but someone will probably have to deal with the lock first. Let's hope someone.
You hear that, Alan? They're removing the bar.
I would hope someone. You better hope someone has thievery.
Yeah, I do. Of course, I do. There you go.
Okay, Robin of Loxley picks the lock, and you're able to open the bars. But you know what I'm trying to say. Open the trapdoor and head down the stairs.
I wonder if Arthur's down here.
Okay, so I need to go beneath the castle map. I don't need the whole map. Don't need the whole map because you've come in this way, which is fine. I need to just drop everyone. I think the easiest way to do that is just drop you on the map in a cluster. Like so. Tuck. Then if I share the map and then sync the client view.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Next, I need to get the description up, which I've lost. This is beneath the stone circle. This room is thick with mist, reducing visibility to no more than a few feet. As your eyes adjust to the darkness, you can see a red light in the middle of the glowing aura is a maiden tied to a 5-pointed star. Some large winged-shaped creature is barely visible through the mist.
Is she conscious?
Uh, uh, a voice calls out that you. A voice calls out, "Gop! I call upon you. I implore you to grant me a boon. Take this offering and grant me the power I crave."
I don't know if that's a good idea.
And with no, it's not.
But at this point, what they basically are just making out some shapes on the other side of the room. They appear to be two rather scantily clad young ladies and one woman who's much more sensibly dressed. One of the scantily clad ladies screams, "Outlaws!" and advances, crossing the circle without any concern, and goes on hold. Alan, you're up.
Well, I will not want to go into that circle for one thing. I am going to do my best to suppress my fear and taunt Mildreth, the one who had moved and went on hold, and tell her that she must be the ugly friend in the group, and roll my taunt.
Where it hurts, the ego.
Okay, sorry, I am miles away. I'm just sorting a couple of things out in the background. That is one hell of a taunt. That would be spirit, because I forgot to. Okay, that's a shaken. And do you want to make a distracted or vulnerable?
Vulnerable.
Okay. You shake her, which basically means when she went on the hold is next to useless because she cannot come off hold, technically. Mind you, actually, well, she's still got the Joker, so that's interesting. No, she'd have to. No, she would have to spend a penny, wouldn't she, to come off hold now because she's shaken. Nicely done. Little John, you're up.
Aye. Well then. Sorry, I missed a wee bit there. Is there any darkness penalties or anything like that, or?
No, the room's very well lit. It's just there was an obscuring mist that once your eyes adjusted to it.
All right.
It's just more atmospheric than to be nasty.
Okie doke. Then I want to play my adventure card.
What adventure can't be that?
Seize the
Seize
day.
the day. Oh, okay. You act as if you've got. Okay, you got the Joker bonus. Off you go.
So I'm going to go on Joker hold. So.
Oh, cunning Joker hold. Okay. Robin of Loxley.
I'm going to move to here and I'm going to shoot at Gap.
Okay. Gap does appear to be a large winged creature. It's unlike anything you've seen, so let's have a spirit check from you, please.
Okie dokie.
No, you're scared of Gap.
Yeah.
Okay, you've passed your fear check. You're absolutely fine. Off you go. It's an easier way to do it. Is basically with the mist. You don't
It just fell off the 10.
That's the mist.
Oh, well. It is.
So obviously, it's the disturbing effects of the mist. Friar Tuck, you're up.
Okay, well, Friar Tuck sees all of this, and his reaction is to actually cast out Sanctuary on all of his pals here, and reminds them that, with Sanctuary, there might be a peaceful way to deal with this, hinting at the concept that if you guys go and try to attack this creature, these creatures that you're gonna lose, the protection of the sanctuary. And so everybody and drop it. I guess I have to roll it first, but
You do. Sanctuary without the raise, but that's okay. So that's 1 power point plus. Well, that's going to be 7, isn't it?
plus it's going to probably be 3, right? Because I got to do the area effect, or no?
Oh, sorry, no. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, probably +3. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? I was thinking.
So it'd be 4, because then I could get everybody in the template, right?
Yeah, 4
Yeah,
gets everyone
that's
in the
what I thought.
template. Yep.
I looked at it and I eyeballing it. I didn't think 2 would be enough. So, but 3 should get everybody.
Yep. So Alan Adele has Sanctuary on him. Robin of Loxley has Sanctuary.
Oh, you're doing it for me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Don't worry. I just thought rather than save you the time of just having to target them all, do you know what I mean? I can just.
You can drop it faster than I can. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I apologize, and I will end my turn. And of course myself, but that would be my action, and I'll take off the PowerPoint.
Friar Tuck has Sanctuary. Has anyone not got Sanctuary? I think you've all got Sanctuary. Good. Nazir, you're up.
Which one of the women in here holds that?
Sorry?
See if that's enough.
Well, is it Mildred or Judith or Armis?
Azir is going to run forward, point a scimitar in each hand, place himself between Emma and this monster, and spin facing it with a scimitar in each hand. And that should have been
that's much.
I'm all stacked over here. It's freaking hard to tell. But
I know.
And I'm placing myself between the lady and the monster.
Okay. I need you to make a spirit check. You're okay. And now I need you to make a vigor check. She stepped into the circle.
I'll Benny that one time.
Okie dokie.
That's the heroic. I place myself between the girl and the threat.
It is indeed. Okay, you're absolutely fine, although you can feel the dark, insidious magic of the circle you're standing in beginning to sap at your very life energy. I'll let you end your turn because you always cause me problems otherwise. Much, you're up.
So I'm not supposed to attack, huh?
Well, you can. It's just you lose your magical bonus if you attack. That's the problem with Sanctuary.
Yeah, these are evil witch thingies. They scare me too much to let them live. So let's go ahead and attack Mildred and take a shot.
Okay.
And Tuck is shaking his head back here.
Hey, Nasser didn't attack.
No, Nasser didn't at all. Nasser, but yeah.
Okay, Much loses his Sanctuary, I'm afraid, but he does shoot at Mildred. I've got some bennies. I will spend 1 benny on Mildred. Okay, Much. The arrow hits a square in the chest, Much, and it doesn't seem to stop her. She does stagger, but
Yep.
she doesn't drop.
See, very scary. They need to die.
Marion's up.
I'm gonna go with the same heroic action because it's one of my major hindrances. And Marion's gonna run. If I use a run action, I can go a further distance, right?
That's correct. Yes, you just click that run button down in the bottom left. It'll do it for you. So you can move up to 10 inches.
And the nice part about that is it applies the die deal every time.
I'm going to run right up to the maiden and try to untie her, but that might be. Can I do a?
Yeah, running is a free action. just applies a multi-action penalty. That's okay. I need you to make a vigor check, which won't be affected by the running penalty. So don't worry if you get it. If it says you get it less than a 4,
Doesn't look like he needs it.
it doesn't need to worry about it. Okay, you're fine. And you can start. You can basically you can start untying her. You'll have a 3 by the end of the round. Yeah, by your next action, you'll have a 3.
Great.
Okay. Garp is up. So Garp has to make a spirit check to attack Nazir. So he fails. He cannot attack Nazir. Will, you're up. But obviously still using...
Yes,
Sorry,
Sanctuary.
can I interrupt now?
Push can.
Yep. All right. Then, sorry, just moving the map here. I'm going to step forward to, whoops, here, and I'm going to try and intimidate this creature thing. I'm going to attract as much attention as I can.
Okay, don't forget you'll have to manually put in your Joker bonuses. First things first, you're facing something that is not normal, is most definitely supernatural and probably very evil, and does cause fear. So you need to make a spirit check.
Well, +2 though for the Joker, right?
+2 because you got as if you had the Joker bonus. Yes. See, Marion's got her back to it because she's freeing the woman at the moment, so she's going. Okay, you hold your nerve.
Right, and then I'm going to try and intimidate it.
Okay, go for it.
Nothing else will get its attention.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forget. Intimidation will be against its spirit. You got the raise. You shake it. Do you want to make it distracted or vulnerable?
I will make it distracted for the moment. The idea is to attract its attention towards me. So distracted.
Distracted it is. I do believe we were on Will, weren't we, before you were interrupted?
Yep.
I've lost you on the combat list. Oh, you were after Garp, weren't you?
Yeah, Will is going to completely bypass Mildred on the grounds that until women have attacked him, Will doesn't attack them.
Okay.
And charge at the big thing with wings.
The big thing with wings, then you know what's coming, the fear check. You're fine. I thought that was going to be a double 1 for a second there.
And then I'm going to wild attack.
I'm using an interesting interpretation of the fear rules. If you ignore it, then obviously you're just either not acknowledging its existence or not letting it get to you. And so until you attack it or it attacks you, you could just pretend it's not there because of because of the mist, is what I'm saying.
Pretty ravenous good black pistol trial. I like it.
Exactly. I'd forgotten about that. I knew there was something I could think of. Right, you miss once and hit it once. Roll for damage.
I just need a towel. I'll be fine.
Okay. That's better.
That's quite a difference between the first attack and that attack, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to spend all my bennies on this. I am, aren't I? I'm
Please
spend all
do.
my bennies on this.
See what happens when I distract it?
Exactly. That took 3 bennies to keep it alive. Well done. That's a very good use of distraction and damage, peoples.
I'll go again, please.
I hate you. I hate you. Go for it. Okay, you hit go up twice.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, I get 1 chance with 1 Betty. Okay.
Oops.
Someone distracted it. Okay, there we go. Technically, I don't think distraction applies, but I don't care. It's a con game. Splat. Actually, I forgot to change the blood colour. Shouldn't have been red. But anyway, Gop is just this. Well, Gop doesn't actually splat as such. He just he cries out in pain and agony as he's sent back to from whence he came. And Beast cries out.
No ectoplasm.
Well, yes, indeed, it should have been. And Beast cries out in rage, and in the meantime, Judith comes striding forwards, and he's actually going to run. Yep, and gets to Will. And attacks with the short sword. Missing.
Will counterattack since she attacked him.
Hang on, Will shouldn't have sanctuary itself. Turn that off. And misses. It's obviously the smoke.
Must be.
Okay. Emma cries out, but she's unable to act yet because obviously she's got one hand free, so she desperately tries to help Marion free her from the other arm. In the meantime, we get to Mies, who's very angry with you lot right now. So, in fact, what she does is she draws forth a knife and starts slashing at the very air in front of her.
Just like her daddy.
Well, she's not it's not a daughter. She's the ward. Basically, slashes open air in front of her, and wounds start appearing on your body. Will. As she literally slashes the air, it cuts you, shaking you. New round. Mildred should not be on hold because she was attacked. Marion of Leaffert with the Joker.
I imagine that she's untied now.
Yes, you have freed the girl who told you her name was basically, as you were obviously talking to as you untie her, you find out her name's Emma and she's from Ashley.
All right. And with the Joker, I can put myself on hold till whenever I want to pop up, right?
That's correct.
That's what I'm going to do.
Okie dokie. Okay, Mildred is next. Mildred is going to come striding in and possibly you'll want to interrupt as she swings a short sword at... you're not sure if she's going to attack you or Emma at the moment, Marion.
Well, I have Sanctuary, so she can't attack me, right?
Well, that's a good point.
She has to roll a spirit roll to do it.
What I'm trying to say is you got the Joker bonus, so you can automatically interrupt her with or you can wait and see what happens.
You don't know who she's going to attack.
Also, she's close enough for Nasir to get first strike on her.
She is actually.
Oh, doesn't she have to strike at me, though?
Not for first strike, no.
Okay, well, then when they move in, I'm going to attack her.
Yeah, just the foe just has to move into your reach. Okay, you hit Mildred. She's striding angrily towards Marion and Emma. And probably that's the last thing she ever does because basically she strides purposely towards them. Her look of anger suddenly turns to shock as her head detaches from her shoulders.
And then I spin and look at our niece.
Emma at this point screams and runs. Okay, she gets there and then she just collapses to the ground.
Is she afflicted with something right now?
Well, she tried to. She basically. I didn't do it. I couldn't work out exactly how to make it. I should have dropped a field of darkness, but then you can't see. Basically, exactly where Marion's standing, there shouldn't be a red aura. The second she fled that area out into the red aura. She literally just fell to the ground, unconscious.
Emma unconscious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because basically the others made vigor rolls, but she's an extra, so it's easier just up. Robin, you're up.
I'm going to shoot Mies.
Go for it. You hit. It's not fair. She's got magical protection. She's not supposed to. She's supposed to just bounce off.
Just anyone with a bow, you know.
Which it does, in fact. The arrow stops short of hitting her and just falls to the ground. But she did have to look at it, you noticed.
Okay.
Okay, Nazir, you're up. Unless Robin wants to move, of course.
Well,
I'm fine.
well, this Judith is very foolishly facing both Will and Little John, so I'm going to step over here to Armise
Okay.
and strike.
Be my guest. You've already made your vigor checks. You're immune to the effects. Armise, unfortunately, is not built for combat. That's the whole point of Judith and her. And obviously, they're young and inexperienced. You get the impression if Beleb was here, you'd be in a lot more
Got to
trouble.
follow up with the second scimitar.
Okay, again, the same thing seems to happen. Your scimitar stops just short of hitting her as she glares at it. And you strike what you think is a very good hit. And again, she just sort of glares at it and it stops just short of cutting her skin. Judith is now very concerned and in a rage, and she goes wild and basically wildly attacks at will. And I haven't got any bennies, so I can't benny that because what she was trying. Oh, she does, because you went vulnerable, didn't you? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. This might let her do what she wants to do. 3 wounds. My word, she really does hit Will. All I'm trying. Oh, that's really bad. Will obviously, for a second there, is distracted. Possibly even something about the magic of this place makes suddenly Judith look like his wife as he stops the attack and is skewered, allowing Judith to do what she was trying to do, which was literally just shake you so she could back off and basically intercept.
Shame she didn't notice that I was shaken already and could have backed off anyway. She had to kill me instead.
Yeah. Well, she's not necessarily thinking straight. Okay.
I'm going to interrupt and use my turn. As Marion of Leaffert, she picks up Emma and she drags her out of the circle in case the powers that they're having are coming from this maiden.
Oh, okay, that's a good call. Just move yourself and I'll move Emma with you. There we go. You drag Emma out the circle. Amise does look annoyed at the you've taken her out the circle. Much.
We'll step forward a little bit. Specifically not entering the red glowy thing that's dangerous. Yep. He will glare at Armise and say, "Fine, dodge this." Oops, wrong. That's what I meant.
I'll give you a Benny back then. That's a hit.
Give that a dirty look.
Oh.
Okay, well, she's got some bennies left. Where are they? This is where I like Pathfinder because she'd be unstoppable, but actually,
right.
She wouldn't be unstoppable because she's not the big bad. She's obviously the ward of the big bad. But anyway, oh. Okay, she basically she looks up in horror as the arrow streaks towards her and obviously hits her, but doesn't down her. But it's obviously wounded her quite badly. Nice shot. Took me took all the bennies to stop her dropping. Alan and Dale.
So Alan will move, and as he gets closer to her, he says, "No, I was mistaken. You're the ugly one," and taunts Armise, and then will also fire his bow. That will be a multi-action penalty, though.
It will, yes, yeah. So hit that 2-action button on the bottom left and make a taunt roll. And don't forget, you get a free reroll.
That will be useful.
Oh, it was. Look at that. Both dice explode. Okay, she's already shaken, but do you want to make her distracted or vulnerable?
I want to make her vulnerable.
Okay, you make her vulnerable. You're cutting words. Cut her possibly as much as the arrow does. Shoot her.
And then I will fire it.
That's a hit with a raise. Very nice. Roll that damage. Oh.
Ah. I will Benny the damage.
Yeah, boy.
Oh my word!
Oh, good lord!
No, a wound. Still good. Again, she Abyss basically is obviously distracted by your cutting words, as she realizes in shock as the arrow streaks towards her, and she is unable to stop it with a mere glare as it pierces her side. She cries out in pain.
All right. Well, I'll glance down at Will as I run past him and say, "Worry not, little friend. It's not over yet." And then I should be able to run to here.
Happy Saturday to you, Longshot, and I don't know how long ago you said that. I apologise for not being quicker. You run over to there.
And give Judith a solid thwapping.
Give Judith a solid thwapping.
Yes.
Go for it.
Definitely needs a Benny.
That was Clive Mantle's other role as Flesh Gordon.
Was he really Flesh Gordon?
He was Flesh Gordon.
I did not know that.
Oh,
I remember.
I don't dare. I don't dare ask.
No. I'm gonna Benny that too.
It was a porno Flash Gordon. Yeah. I remember watching that as a teenager. It's not. It was a rude comedy rather than proper porn, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if he was actually the titular character, but he was in it, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
Today I learned.
Did that give the raise?
No. Here you go. So that's a 7 plus a 9. I make that a 16, in fact.
That's a little bit more like it.
That's the end of Judith. Down she goes.
Yeah. That's for Willie.
I'm going to have to give you one for that. Especially after the Flesh Gordon references. Mr. Tuck, sir.
Tuck's a little confused, but he's going to look over here, and Emma is unconscious. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so he is going to come over and do a little healing to bring her back up, if that's possible. And I guess to do the healing and a sanctuary just on her, it would be a double action. Is that correct?
That is correct. But you could just put sanctuary on her and then just pull her to safety, of course, and then heal her afterwards.
Yeah, I'd like to see what she has to say. So, if anything.
At the end of the day, she's the girl who spent all her Saturday nights not going out just to be specially chosen for this ceremony.
Okay, so she's healed.
She's healed, so she's conscious again.
And she has sanctuary.
Okay.
And then I can use these adventure cards at any time, right?
Yes, because players play adventure cards, not characters.
Okay, so she's up and sanctuaried, and
You just drag
That
it into chat
is
to play a card. Yeah. Yep. Sorry, I was talking across. Yeah, she's up and you got Sanctuary on her. Yeah.
So
Yes.
you're saying that Will saw Jeanette as his wife because of the mist and what have you. So Will is going to stagger.
Only until the moment you got stabbed and then it turned back into Judith. But yes.
Still going to stagger forward in spite of his wounds, and as little John brains her, he's going to drop to his knees there and put his head in his hands and say, "Elena," and start crying.
Okay. That's very nice. I'm going to have to give you a role-playing Benny there, aren't I? I was just worried.
Yes,
I didn't want you thinking that. I didn't want you thinking that little John had, killed Elena. It was just, I mean, just obviously when you got distracted for a second. Okay, and Mies is in a bad way. What can she do? What can she do? I know what she could do, I suppose. Yeah, that would. Yeah, I mean, you've saved the girl and stopped everything and killed the thingy, so yeah, why not?
She explodes.
She successfully casts it.
and DM, I sent you a screenshot. Not sure if that's supposed to be like that via direct message on.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
For what it's worth, I just figured I'd point it out.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. It's the part of the map I'm not using. It's all the. That's interesting how it shows up as green because it's all the torches down there. That's what those are.
I still don't know how to drag and drop this adventure card. I've tried dragging it a few different places.
You should
Just drag it
Drag
in
it
the
into the
chat.
chat box.
just drop it into the chat box. Yeah.
Oh,
Like that.
there it is. I tried to drop it into the chat bar, but that did not work. It's got to be the box, I guess.
Yeah. So what you want to do now is roll 2d6.
Now, is
Thank
that
you very
me or
much.
is that Friar Tuck?
That's you.
Cool. All right.
Thank you very much. There's one. Oh, hello.
Ooh, that's 11 power points back. That's not bad.
That refills me.
Okay, now I need to work out if how. Is that doing it? Yeah, it looks like that's going to do it. Okay, so basically, all of a sudden the place becomes the whole area around everyone is darkened. She legs it in the darkness. Okay, at which point
Is it magical darkness?
It's magical darkness, yes. She's basically dropped magical darkness to cover her escape. At which point, you hear that the castle bell is clanging, and all you can hear is lots and lots of feet running from somewhere towards you. You conclude that it's probably time to flee, given that Castle Belen probably contains upwards of 50 guards. So all you've got to do, having saved the girl, is get back to Sherwood. Basically, it's a bit of a bad guy. You know how these things work. How bad guys always get away to come back another day. So it's very much a case of. It's very much a case of she's escaped because you've thwarted her plan, but she's escaped before you can do anything about it. I'm afraid, and now and obviously because it's Robin Hood and all that, you've got to get back to the safety of Sherwood. So,
and we might see her again someday.
Indeed.
I think there's a good chance.
Okay, so escape to Sherwood. So I need to, and obviously that's easy enough to do. So all I have to do now is I just go and put Marion. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So obviously you escape through. You basically taking Emma with you. You escape through the. You basically up through the secret passage, and you're back above ground And that's when obviously it all kicks off, because what you see is soldiers on foot and a guard captain on horseback giving chase.
Oh, we're in a chase now.
You've just got to get back to Sherwood. That's all it is. You have a head start on them because you... But yeah, it's a chase back to Sherwood. And Sherwood Forest is there, basically.
Right.
So, Emma's on hold. All right, Emma gets dealt in. Okay, Will Scarlet gets everyone a Joker, and he's in a bad way. Obviously, he's from a chase perspective. Obviously, the fact you lost 3 pace because your wounds isn't too bad, and obviously, if Tuck can keep up with you, he can heal you on the run. So, what do you want to do, Will?
Well, Will is going to. Will's a survivor. While he's bloodthirsty, he knows when it's time to cut and run.
Okay.
And that's exactly what he's going to do.
Okay, so chases. These are classic chases, not the really fancy ones that I'm surprised we haven't found a nice way to do them in Pathfinder. I mean, we've got ways to do it, but don't give me. I didn't say I didn't say. Well, I didn't mean nice as in doesn't work. I just meant there's clunky workarounds because you can't deal decks of cards to people.
But
but using the world builder thing, the notes actually works okay.
Yeah,
if players.
I'll definitely have to give that a go. So, obviously, in a chase, you can change position as a free action or a dedicated action. So basically, this is a foot chase, so it'll be athletics, except for the guard captain who'll be riding, of course. So I better give him the riding skill because he hasn't got it at the moment.
Well, that's okay. He can ride unskilled. That'll help out.
Yeah, perfect.
He just gets a bonus because he's faster than you lot. So if all you want to do is just run, you get a +2 on your athletics roll. On a success, you get to move 1 square. On a raise, you get to move 2 squares. That's.
Well, I'm doing it as a free action because I've got the Joker.
Yes.
I am going to loose an arrow at the horse.
Okay. I haven't got the stats for the horse. Give me a second.
Not the horse.
Makes sense. I'm afraid to say it does make sense tactically.
You haven't scaled the squares yet either, so because it's
no chases are
for distances.
Yeah, yes, I need to scale them, don't I, to 5 inches?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, remind me. I apologise. 5 inches. That can't be right. What's go wrong there? Should be 1 inch a square. 5 inches a square, shouldn't it?
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Okay. Yeah, because that should be 15. Oh, yeah, no, hang on. That would be right. Because that's... Why is it doing 15 inches a square?
Good question. I should have been rolling with my bow, not with that. Whoops.
Warhorse. There you go. There's the warhorse. So a shooting will hit a horse because it's got defense 4. Roll for damage.
nice.
Okay, well he's on foot now.
He's also got to pass a riding roll,
I know, or basically
go splat.
Get crushed by the horse.
Yeah, well he's out there. He's out of it then, isn't he? Him and the horse are out of it. Simple as that.
So it's a riding roll, not like athletics or agility or something.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this grid distancing. It's gone very funky. I haven't done a
But anyway,
chase since the last update. Oh, hang on.
So that was Will.
That's well done. Little John, you're up.
All right. I'm going to stand my ground
Okay.
and fire at the closest guard.
Well, you can fire and then move afterwards, of course.
Number 3. Yeah, I realize I can, but being
Okay.
who I am, I intend to intervene, and especially on my buddy Will's a little bit
Okay.
nicked right now.
Okay. That does deactivate your sanctuary.
So I'll fire at Norman Guard number 3.
Go for it.
Showing the range a little bit long.
I have no idea what. I don't know what's going on with the range. I'm going to have to work something out. So if I change it to 2, I don't know what's going on with the range. It's gone funky as beggar.
Okay.
Okay, target 42. Just because I don't know what's going on with the range. I have no idea what's going on. The hell's going on with it? Something's really broken on the chase, isn't it?
Seems to be.
I know what it is. I bet you I know what it is. I'm going to give
What's
up
the
on this
problem?
chase.
I haven't done one in a while.
I have no idea, actually. I'll take it back. I thought I don't know what's going on with this chase. So the ranges are really screwy. I don't know why.
Okay, so it'll be medium range then, not long. I guess that's all my point is.
Yeah, I can't. I don't seem to be able to adjust the range on the. Hang on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the range. I really have no idea what's going on with the range. It's gone really freaky, and I can't do anything to make it work.
Okay, so I guess
maybe I'm better off. Maybe I'm better off turning off the chase. No, God knows what's going on. Okay.
Okay, so I'll shoot, but it'll be medium range, not long.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Because
To be honest,
it's only 20.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to the grid here. It's gone very funky.
I'll Benny that. Oh, that really helped. One more time, just because. Okay, enough of that.
Do you want to run anyway? Because it's a free action.
No, I'm gonna. As I said, I'm gonna stand my ground. I intend to be the last stand, if necessary. Here, let the others get away.
Tuck, you're up.
Okay, so to catch up with Will, I have to roll athletics. Is that right?
Yes. Now, if all you want to do is run, you get a +2 bonus.
I want to heal him when I catch up to him.
Okay, so you need to get an athletics hit roll with a raise to catch up to him. There's no multi actions in a chase, as it well, there is if you do. You know what I mean. That will get you to there. He's too fast.
Going for broke.
All these Betty's tried to catch you there.
Fucker. All right. And I yell, "You're on your own! You ran away from me!"
Okay. Oh. He gets 2 squares. He's going to fire his crossbow at Will. Because Will's the... Oh, no. Now the distance seems to be working.
I mean, it is fitting that someone that's a little bit weight challenged is having a hard time catching up, but
it is interesting. I think the problem was I was clicking the wrong thing. Oh no, it's back. Look at that. That is so weird. I don't know what's going on there. Okay. I'm not going to worry too much about it anymore. Oh dear, much. It would be much, wouldn't it? Much. Basically, you come out, you clamber out of the manhole. You clamber out of the trapdoor, and as you start running down the hill towards the forest, you suddenly realise right in front of you is a small stream.
We realise too late?
And he realises it's too late, so he's going to have to make an athletics check to jump over it, or he'll basically get stuck in it and basically spend the rest of the round clambering out of it. He's fine. He clears the stream without issue. And obviously now you get to make a normal athletics roll and act normally. The athletics roll is just to
and Much is out of here. Much is yellow. He does not fight, especially against those odds.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, that gets Much gets 2 squares. Okay. Do you want to maintain your conviction, Much?
No, we'll let it slide.
Okay. Norman guard number 2 is going to make an athletics check. And he's obviously not keeping up with you guys. You are obviously breaking away from him. Obviously, quite quickly you'll get into the early undergrowth. It's just you need to get into the bits of Sherwood that they won't follow you into. The other guard is obviously likewise unable to keep up.
So did that guard have a complication with the club?
No, the club is on the card. The card you're... Oh, yeah, he should have done, shouldn't he?
He should have, yeah.
He should have done, but he didn't say it. Okay, I apologise. Thank you. So basically, both those guards, thank you for pointing that one out, Marion. Both those guards actually, what they actually do is they actually fail their... avoiding the complication, and therefore are knocked back a square as they both fall into the same stream, Much cleared without issue. Emma's also run into the same stream, it would appear. So don't forget, there's something to be said for possibly getting a worse card as long as it's not a club. Emma, alas, gets trapped in the stream and unfortunately drops behind the rest of you before any of you realise.
Does she get knocked out, or so it's a stream of consciousness then? Sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, Marion, you're up. Obviously, you can customarily choose to drop back a square if you want to, and then assist her, or you could just shoot the guard who's about to catch her, or whatever you want, really.
Oh, wait, it's my turn? I'm so sorry. I thought it was Robin's. I am going to...
You have got your conviction as well still if you want to use it.
I don't know how to use the conviction. Does it just give me a bonus?
It gives you an extra D6 on all rolls.
All right, then I am going to use that because I feel like we're getting to the point where you use it or lose it.
Exactly. So you obviously, I mean, in the campaign you wouldn't, but in a one shot it's use it or lose it. So you drag it and drop it into the chat like a Benny.
Great.
There you go.
All right, I'm going to step back and I'm going to try to help her up and move forward.
Okay, that'll be an athletics check. So you voluntarily move back a square, and then an athletics check to assist Emma to get you both a square ahead. Well, in fact, you do better than that. You get the two. You literally drag Emma, and the two of you make good way. You spot it. You basically, as you're running, you spot a narrow gully that takes you round the hill that the rest of the party are running over. And when you come out the other side, apart from Much and Will, the others, you've actually sort of got ahead of the others. Robin, everyone's scattering different ways as per the standard plan, so you're not all captured together.
The one who seems to be getting further ahead than all of the others, I'm going to pot shot at him as I run up.
Okie dokie. That will cost you your sanctuary, but off you go. I think the distances are finally working. I don't know why they didn't before. Because 10 inches is the correct distance to that chap. Okay, you hit with a raise.
going to Benny the damage. That's pathetic.
Okie dokie.
That's
The damage
what?
roll. you go on. Just roll the damage. We all know what happens. It's that quirk of you just missed the his hot spot. Okay, 3 wounds. He's definitely going down. That guard collapses to the ground, an arrow in his chest.
Do I still get to move as well, or is that?
You get to because it is a chase. You always get to make a free athletics roll if you perform another action. You know what I mean. So that gets you 1 square.
Thank you very much.
Brings us to Alan Dale.
I will first taunt the guard behind us, telling him that only in his wildest dreams would he be good enough to catch Robin Hood and his band of merry men.
Okay. Look, the distances are working properly now. I know what I did wrong, but I don't. It's really weird. I don't think once you do something wrong, it doesn't change until it moves on the combat tracker. Okay. Well, that's a shaking the guard. Do you want to distract him or make him vulnerable? I would say distraction's probably better.
I agree.
So you distract him, and then you get to make your free athletics roll. You all got suddenly closer to Sherwood because of time, and I wasted a bit of time on the chase. Okay, that gets you 2 squares. Ooh, I don't know what I did there. I double clicked on you. It gets you 2 squares. You catch up with Much, and last but not least is Nazir.
Who's in the stream?
Who's in the stream? Nazir's got to clear that stream that everyone else get caught in.
So I'm prone in the stream.
No, you've got to clear the stream first. The first thing you've got to do is make an athletics. You've got to make an athletics check with a -2 penalty to clear the stream before you can actually act this turn. Otherwise, you lose your turn stuck in the stream, basically. It's not so much the stream; it's the steep side it's the steep slopes on the other side.
I'll Benny it one time.
Okay. Obviously, there are more guards behind these, but obviously. Okay, yep. You basically clamber over the stream and get up the steep sides, and then you can take an action, and I'll just take an athletics with a +2 bonus.
Well, I'm going to take an action because when we started to run, he actually took his bow in hand because, well, it's the best weapon for running.
Why did Nasir have the -2 on the athletics?
Basically, it's the card you're standing on when your Delta club decides.
Because of the club. Gotcha.
Yeah, not because of the club he was dealt, because you all started on the Ace of Clubs. It's a bit of a strange one. It's because when you're doing a chase with miniatures on a table, you actually put the miniatures on cards. The card you're on determines the penalty if you're Delta club, if that makes sense. So if you have 2 clubs, it's the worst you can have, basically. My word, that's 4 wounds on a guard, so that's another guard.
And as he puts the arrow straight into the guard's face, he goes, "And tell Belam the next one's for him," and takes a step.
Okay. That'd be an athletics check. Which you might get a raise, and then you get to move too. Okay, the second round of the chase is off, and it's Marion of Leaffert first.
All right, I'm gonna do a double run. I'm gonna use my. I don't think that's what I meant to do.
Don't worry, you don't have to run here. It's just because it's abstract. It's just athletics.
Yeah, just the athletics check.
Hold on a second. So you get a +2 bonus if you're just running. Alas, the best you can get is a single race on that, but that's good. You put on a good burst of speed and hope that Emma is able to keep up. I mean, obviously you are trying to assist her, but she may slow you down and lose grip, and because obviously that's how it always goes in these abstract ways. Or maybe she decides to go another way. Oh, in the meantime, I need to, because obviously the chase is always moving, I need to move the blood splats down a square. Norman Guard remains shaken, therefore he will basically stay in place. Actually, no, he should drop back, shouldn't he? I'm going to say instead. Did you want to keep your conviction, Marion? It will cost you a Benny. I forgot to ask.
Yes, I will actually.
Just spend a penny.
Just pop it.
Just drop it. Yeah. There we go.
If you
Will,
drop
you're
it
up.
in the conviction box, it does it automatically.
Yes,
Oh,
but I
cool.
forgot. But I forgot to ask him, so he had lost it by that point.
I'm going to keep
Fair
my
enough.
please.
Okay.
And Will looses an arrow at Norman Guard, not to hit him, because with the number of injuries he's got, he can't really aim that well. But he's doing it just to try and intimidate the guard and stop him from following him.
Actually, Marion, you have got far enough ahead that if you want to next turn, you can make an escape action, which is an athletics roll -4, and you automatically make it to Sherwood. Or, of course, all you need to do is reach the Joker to make it to Sherwood. So it's your call. In fact, everyone can pretty much do an escape action, looking at the distances if you want to, or you can just run it if you want to pick them off.
You can leave the big fella behind. I don't think that Friar Tuck.
Even the big fella can escape. Actually, he's 4 squares. He's 4 cards. 1, 2, 3. No, he can't. You need to.
I was going to say,
yeah,
you'd be leaving the big fella behind.
Yeah. If you're on the 5, if you've passed the 5 of diamonds, so in all fairness, I will retcon that. You can either keep running, Marion, or you can use that card to successfully spot a hidden a copse of trees that will lead you a quick shortcut into the heart of Sherwood if you want to. It's up to you.
But that's not on this turn.
No, because I forgot to count the cards.
Oh. Okay. Then yeah, I guess I will give that roll.
Okay, so you have escaped safely into Sherwood. Will, you have what did you say you were going to do to him? Distracted, I assume.
I want him distracted. Yes.
Okay, you distract him, and then you get. You can obviously, because you've done that, you just have to make an athletics roll to keep moving.
Yep.
But anyone else, if you want to make an athletics roll with a -4 penalty, you can just attempt to escape. You possibly see a. Yeah, it's either like you see a copse of trees that if you follow that way you'll get through, or maybe you see there's a gully that if you duck into and turn fast enough, they won't see you and pursue you. They'll think you kept going. Emma is going to attempt to escape as well because she saw Marion do the same.
She has a chase complication again, eh?
Yeah. But she won't because she fails the chase complication, and she spends Emma whirls around wondering where Marion went, sees the copse of trees, goes for them, fails completely to see the log on the ground, trips over it, and lands face down in a puddle, and spends the rest of the turn picking herself up. Nazir, over to you.
He don't stop fighting until they flee.
Nazir is shooting his longbow. That will basically be medium range, so it will still just be a hit. That shakes the guard.
And then an athletics to move 1, right?
Yeah, athletics to move 1 square. On a raise, you get to move 2. To be honest, they drop off the map. They're out of the chase as well. I'm going to say as well, as you lose them. That gets you 1 square. Okay, who's up next? Robin of Loxley.
Okay.
The splats, because it is a chase and we're leaving the bodies behind.
Yes, go for it. That's not exactly the going for it I was looking
Well, you
at.
had a +2 because you were not doing anything else.
Good point.
So actually, that gets you 1 square.
It'll do.
Okay, that brings us to Friar Tuck, who has a complication. I'm afraid he's obviously run into another tributary of that stream, the high banks on the far side.
All right, and Friar's stumbling around. He's not going to try to. Will's run away from him. He's not going to try and catch up, and he's just going to
Well, first things first, he's got to clear that stream, which he doesn't because it's a -2 on the complication.
But isn't it a +2 for me?
No, you've got a complication before you can even make the roll. You basically come into a high-sided stream. So instead of being able to advance, you're going to have to sort of turn left or right if you fail to clamber it, which you did. So I'm afraid what actually happens is by the time you find a way round the high bank stream where you get up to the other side, you've dropped back because I'm afraid you're out of bennies. I'm afraid.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Norman Guard number whatever we'll make it. Norman Guard will fail to advance. However, he is going to take a pot shot at Nazir with his.
He was distracted and vulnerable when I intimidated him.
Okay, then he's not doing anything. Thank you. No, you distracted and vulnerable to another one.
No, it was Norman Guard. That's the one I got targeted.
Okay, well, fair enough. I distracted and vulnerable the wrong one. Doesn't matter.
Oh well.
This guy obviously knows the land very well. I'm afraid he's 1, 2, 3. He's basically stopped Friar Tuck and Little John and Emma from being able to just escape. They're going to have to outpace him, and he's definitely going to take a shot with his crossbow at Little John. Missing. Much is up.
Much is just going to run. We are ditching this place. He is fleet-footed with a base speed of 8. Does that mean he gets an additional +1?
Yes, because you're faster than they are. Yes.
Doke.
I forgot. Yeah, pre-runner gives you another bonus on top, doesn't it?
We
Yeah.
are out of here. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, he found another log.
You and your critical failures.
That's
There are special things
when he's moving.
up there. But
Only way he needs to move somewhere.
yeah, if you notice, it's only a critical failure when running. Okay, roll a die on a critical failure. I've been doing it wrong up to now, but on actual rolls, let's do it. On an even number, you lose your rest of your turn as stumbles, navigates an obstacle, or takes a wrong turn. On an odd number, you pull something and suffer fatigue.
Yep, that sounds about right.
It's been your day today, hasn't it? That's all you've managed. Okay. The guard. Well, that's the one I made affected. So he's literally going to basically well, he has to drop back if he can't act. I'm treating it as bumped. Mr. Alan Adale, sir.
All right, I will take a shot at the lead guard.
Oh, go for it. Go for it. Yep. I misunderstood what you were going to say. Go for it.
Yep.
Take a shot.
Just gotta move through.
Because of time, I keep making you're getting closer to Sherwood because of time. You see.
All right, I will Benny that.
Go for it.
Oh,
well, we don't. Fortunately, there's no one in the way, so I'm afraid that's a bowstring snap.
Okay, and then looking at my useless bow, I will run forward.
Go for it. I would say I would say obviously you're just yeah.
Yeah, it was a bad go around all the way.
Yeah. John, it's over to you, sir. The odds of them catching everyone are quite low, but you have that obstacle. You've obviously run into that high back stream that everyone else kept running into.
Well, I haven't really moved that much yet, so as I turn to take a look at where I got to go, I stumble in the stream.
Indeed. It's one of those ones with high banks that are very crumbly, so the problem is it takes time to get out of it. That's what the issue is.
Does it give me an automatic -2 or
I'm not sure if it does. Just roll. We can do it in our heads if not. So it doesn't. That's a critical. That counts as a critical failure, but obviously not a critical failure in that you can't spend a penny to re-roll if you want to.
Okay, so I wasn't intending to move anyway. As I said, I expect to be the last man here. Tuck is hanging around. Get moving, Tuck. Get moving. So
I'm trying.
Yeah. I'm going to shoot the. Oh, I go back. Okay. All right.
If
Fair
you're
enough.
not moving, you technically drop back as
Yep.
well.
All right. Good enough. Then I
So-
will take a shot at the first guard then.
Yeah. The idea is obviously it's a chase, so if you're staying put, you are going to be moving towards them because they're catching you up.
Yeah. Okay. I accept that.
So technically I shouldn't actually need to make a roll if you're not moving. You just automatically move towards them until they can capture you.
Okay.
Which could be the sequel. Little John's been captured. You have to go and rescue him. No, I wouldn't do that. Go for it. Makes your shot roll. Who are you shooting?
I'm
The lead
shooting
guard.
Norman guard, the closest one there.
Yep, go for it. Yep. That is a hit. Hang on, with a quarterstaff, you have to shoot him. You can't use a melee weapon at range.
Take that.
You can't use a melee weapon unless they're on the same card as you.
Oh, sorry.
He's 60 feet away from you at the moment.
Let me try that again. Not quite so good, but good enough.
Yeah, the roll will do. I'm not going to worry too much about the roll. It was just the technical damage. Like, hang on, no, you can't. Yeah, you've got a 60-foot long quarterstaff. Okay.
Yes. No, it's my arms. It's my arms. I'm a big boy. So.
Okay, well, Norman Guard number 3 has basically, you've lost him because he's fallen off the back of the map.
Right. Will is going to yell at Much. Get moving, you simpleton, or I'll come back and kill you myself. Supporting Much by scaring him to make him more scared of Will than he is of the Normans, giving Will a +2 to his next manoeuvring roll.
Okay, I like that idea. I like the idea that so Marion at the same time, you can do the same thing. You can offer support to other people in the same way. So, and then obviously you automatically make it to Sherwood Forest because you'd already reached the Joker because I deleted him. So you're fine.
Yeah.
Marion, again, if you want to,
I don't know how that. I didn't intentionally try to interrupt. I don't know exactly what I clicked.
No, that was me. I suddenly decided, rather than you sit there and watch the chase, you could basically be deeper in the trees. You're obviously safe and secure, but there's nothing to stop you doing the same thing as Will is, and basically supporting another player by shouting encouragement.
And Emma's next card works perfectly with what I intended to do right behind her.
So any skill you've got, you can use to justify to give a bonus to someone. So like
I'm going to use my persuasion, and I'm going to use it for Robin and say, come, Robin, if you could just escape, then we can be merry at the end of the day.
Really?
Merry, eh?
Oh, what was that? Whoa.
That's a +3 bonus. That's a plus. That's a +3 bonus on Robin's next action. Emma's got another complication. She might be stuck here. Yep, she is. She's going to basically drop back a square. Desir, you're up.
What do I have to do to fall back, pick her up, and sling her over my shoulder?
You can optionally, as an action, drop back 1 or 2 chase cards without making a maneuver roll. You may not change permission further, so you could drop back and pick her up, as it were.
I'm going to drop back, pick her up, and sling her over my flippin' shoulder.
Okay, that's what you do. So from next turn, you can move again. Robin.
Too, so.
You've got a +3 to get to Marion.
You've got a +3 to get to Marion. Well, you got a +3 on any action at all, but obviously
8.
You get an 8. Well, that gets you to Marion.
I'll hold you to that, dear.
Friar Tuck. Still trying to get out of that river by the look of things.
Good Lord. So Friar Tuck is just splashing around. And what is it now? It's a athletics, right?
It is an athletics at -2. I'm feeling sorry for you. I'll give you a plus. I'll give you a Benny because I think you'd be, by now you'll be tired and heaving and everything else. And also I'm running out of time. So, mind you, if these 2 guards fall off the map, you win by default anyway. Hurrah! You successfully.
Huzzah!
Okay, so basically you successfully evade the obstacle, and now you can obviously attempt to, as a full round action, get a +2 bonus on an athletics roll to move it, or you can do something else, and then make a free athletics roll.
No, he's trying to get the hell out of here.
He's finally clambered up the bank. He's, those robes were really thick and heavy with mud, but he finally, you finally clamber up the bank and. Breathing rather heavily, you are able to get some manoeuvring done.
I only get 1 square, not 2.
You didn't get the raise.
Fair enough.
Norman Guard number 2. Oh, he keeps the chase going. He doesn't drop away. He's reloading this round, so he can't do much else. Much, you're up. You've got a +2 bonus, I seem to recall, Much. Because Will said he'll kill you if you don't hurry up. We lost Much.
Sorry, I was away from the keyboard. Much, yeah, I've got a +2 because of support. I've got a +1 because I'm fast. I am just out of here. That gives me a total of +5. My focus.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. All you need to do is not fail, and you make it to the safety of Sherwood. Hurrah! And that guard basically falls off the back of the map, and he's out of the chase. Alan, you're up.
All right, I'm going to make a run of it.
Okay, all you need is a raise to. That's a +2 bonus if you're just running for it. You just need a raise to get to the safety of Sherwood. 6 gets you halfway, Sherwood.
Well, if we're doing that, can I use a Benny?
Yes, you can. Go for it. Re-roll.
All right, I'll take it.
It's the steep slope. That's the problem. Little John. Well, you're not unless you're moving. Well, it looks like everyone's going to make it. Unless you go back for that last guide, in which case you can choose to drop back up to 2 squares if you want to.
I'm just going to wait for him. If he's coming on by himself, I'll wait for him. But in the meanwhile, I'll put an arrow or 2 into him if I can. So.
Okay, go for it. I'm going to have you drop back as an action of actively not moving, if that makes sense.
Whatever you feel is best. This time I'll use the longbow rather than my long staff. Okay.
Okay. That would be a hit. A 4 would be a hit at that range, regardless of what it says. See, it's a short bow, but it's the same difference.
I'm going to Benny that.
Okay. All you got to do is pop. If you incapacitate him, then nothing stops you all getting to Sherwood safe and sound.
Oh, come on! I'll Benny it again.
I mean, there's lots of other guards searching the area, but these were the ones that spotted you, and obviously, if you lose them, you shake him.
All right. I'll leave it at that. Okay.
Okay, the new round, and obviously Desir has grabbed Emma.
And I'm gonna leg it. I got her out of here, and she's a clot.
Go for it.
So just an athletics.
With a +2 on top of your Joker bonus, so you're definitely moving 1 square, regardless, unless you critically fail, of course. That gets you 2 squares. You're getting closer to Sherwood. Norman Guard remain. Well, that's it. Norman Guard is off the map because of time constraints. And you, congratulations by managing to lose the guards in the outskirts of Sherwood Forest. You're able to get back. I got it wrong. It's not the old oak. It's the major oak. You're able to escape into the safety of the forest and will live to fight another day. Well, it seems that what you don't know what the future holds with Boleyn seeming to have it been successful in usurping the Sheriff of Nottingham. Who knows? But all I know is you've saved the day and you've saved Emma of Ashling. And congratulations. Hope you enjoyed that, and we'll maybe one day return to the Dark Forest. Thank you.
Good stuff.
Lots of fun. Excellent fun.
Wonderful.
And how many bennies?
Pardon?
All of the 10.
Much has 10 bennies.
Yes. Well, because he kept critically failing, so he never got to use them, did he?
That's true. He either did it or he just totally fracked it up.
I did. I just love the fact it became it's a bit like Radic and his critical fails when charging in to attack really big bad guys, isn't it? It just became a thing today. If much was moving, he'd critically fail. Anything else, he'd be great at, but moving, forget it.
At times, I would describe it as too much.
Oh, yeah. Have a Betty, even though you can't use it. Well, anyway, well, I hope you enjoyed that. I have no idea when the next game will be yet, and what it will be. But as soon as I know, I will let you guys know. Thank you very much, and I'll see you then. Obviously, I've got if you're playing with me on Tuesday for Pathfinder, I'll see you on Tuesday. I do believe it's next Sunday's our next Deadlands session, isn't it? So, where you're going to deal with that man riding around in archaic armor on a war horse. Well,
oh boy,
possibly investigate it anyway. Anyway, so thank you very much, guys. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and see you on the next one.
All right.
Thanks very much.
Thanks so much.
So, hope you enjoyed that, guys. And as I say, I've got Pathfinder on Tuesday and Deadlands the following Sunday. So take care. See you then. Bye.